Well, we're back. I have a philosophy here, family first, and I'll talk about that in a moment. And what a time it was to get a call from my son with 2 outs in the top of the ninth. We're going to continue this, and I have some other good news for you about the Strat-O-Matic Sports Network. Some more good news. And Kathy Harden is back. Great to see you, Kathy. I was saying, we have a philosophy here at the Strat-O-Matic Sports Network called Family First. And I had a real good call from my son. You know, it's not easy being a parent, especially when you're like me and you love your child almost in a sick kind of way. Okay. And he's in the middle of a lot of changes right now, looking for work, thinking about training in certain areas. He has another job interview today, and I told him, you have options. You don't have to make all the decisions right now. Just roll with it and keep doing what you're doing. And he's staying on budget. And as much as it's not easy for me sometimes to deal with the ambiguity and just his situation is not that bad. And I have to say, I did pretty damn well speaking with him. And you know, you have to remember, I'm not his friend, even though we are best friends. I'm his parent, and but he's 28 years old, and I'm doing a great job being with him, being there for him, giving him support, giving him advice. And that was a great call. He has an interview at 3:15 p.m. and I'm really proud of him. I'm proud of him, and I love him so much. And now that that's done, the good news here is that with 2 outs in the top of the ninth, Bob Meyer on the verge of his first win, I'm going to just keep this broadcast rolling and go into Montreal at St. Louis, and I will change the title so it will reflect both games. Thank you, Kathy Harden. Thank you so much. I know you have 1 child, is it? And I know you were born and raised in Westchester, New York. I haven't forgotten that. But I feel even better. This kid's able to get job interviews so easily. It's going to be Joe Foy. I just am not in the mood for any more coffee, so I'm going to move to the other stuff very soon. Foy is 0 for 3. We're going to just have Meyer pitch to Foy and see how we go here. Bob Meyer on the mound, 2 outs, top of the ninth. Seattle leading 5-2. And Meyer looking to get the final out and the first win for him of the season. Here's Meyer now. He gets the sign from Pagliarone, The windup and the pitch to Foy. That's 6-8, right-handed. He lines it to third, caught by Harper, and the ball game is over. A 6-8 right-handed line out. And what a big hand for Bob Meyer. He's being congratulated by his teammates. The final score, Seattle 5, Kansas City 2. Quite a performance by Bob Meyer, his first win of the season. He went 9 innings. He allowed 1, 2, 3, 4, only 4 hits. What a performance. He walked 1, struck out 5, really good control, allowed 2 runs. Bunker gets the loss. Strabowski came in 1 inning, retired the side in order. The final line of this ball game is Seattle 5 runs, 9 hits, no errors. Kansas City 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors. A really super job by. Oh, okay. Yeah, Kathy. And I told him also, I tell him all sorts of stuff, like what you do doesn't is not your identity. You are your identity, and that's something very important. He wants to do something meaningful in the world. That's great, but even if that should be a high preference, but not an absolute necessity. And don't define yourself based on that. I'm serious. And you can try to find meaning in whatever someone does. I said a sanitation worker can find meaning in their life. I went through all sorts of things. That life is short. There's people who have it a lot worse. Bob Meyer with the win. And we're going to put these folks away, and we're going to go right into, I don't know if you're up to it, Kathy, but I'm going to go in a very leisurely way. I'm going to go right into the Montreal Expos at the Seattle Pilots. It's going to be a setup, which is but I'll tell you, Kathy, it's not easy being a parent if you really care. And you got to do so many things. Let it roll. Okay, let it roll. As a parent, you gotta love them, support them, help them, and also cope with the challenges and difficulties, and it's not easy for me. And this is a rare event for me, and I'm gonna show everybody how I do it. It's the last game, and I put that there for a reason. When it's the last game of that date, because I have to keep track, and I'm going to show everybody the inside scoop of how I set up a game from scratch, and not only that, when it's the last game. This will be Montreal. But I'm really proud of him and his wife for how they're doing now. This will be the, Lord, where's St. Louis? Wow. They were off on the 4th of September. They played on the 5th. They'll play today on the 6th. And they will play on the 7th. And so this is the second of a 3-game series. I consider this really a conglomeration of my glamorous life and Strat-O-Matic. As I just sit here, so glad to have Kathy Harden. You have no idea, as a friend, as support, it wouldn't be the same. And I'm talking not only Strat-O-Matic, Kathy, I'm talking life. I don't want to put pressure on you, but life wouldn't be the same without your support, without your presence. We're doing the setup, Kurt Miller. We are doing the setup, and we're going to be smoking some cannabis. And I'm going to do it nice and leisurely. The first thing I like to do is pull up the actual schedule here for this date of games. As you can see, I use Baseball Reference. And we just do, this is part of our redundancy of double checks and all sorts of things to make sure that we've played all the games. So what I do is pull out the prior sheets, and I have them right here, all the prior sheets. Eventually these get thrown out, these go back, but we're just gonna go through it. So KC at Seattle is on the other side of the current sheet. And then I just go up the line, LA, Minnesota, Philly, San Francisco, Baltimore, New York, Atlanta, Pittsburgh, Chicago, and then the Washington Senators, which was the first game, you see? And then we know we're good. We've covered everything. So that's done. And now we'll open up this Montreal at St. Louis game. And Montreal beat the Cards 3-2. This was a night game. It's going to be Jerry Robertson for Montreal and Gibson for the Cardinals. My goodness, and Gibson got the loss. Wow. Indeed, Kathy Harden. Indeed, it's going to be. We're going to take some weed here. I'm going to pull out Montreal and St. Louis. Here we go. it's really something how much time one can put into the setups. They take time. I'm really taking my time now. Usually I'm much quicker. What I like to do to start off is go to the prior game to find out who relieved, and we'll put that here so that we are alert not to overuse people. Simbera came in relief in the last game for Montreal, and Horner, who got the save, came in. So these two are unlikelies. And it was the first of a three. This is the second of the three. St. Louis won the first game. It was Bryles who went 7, got the win, and then Horner came in to save it. It's funny how I can hardly remember all that. Howie Reed started and got the loss for Montreal. And then what we do is we look at the sheet here. We look at the actual, I don't think you all can see this very well, but Jerry Robertson started, and Raymond and McGinn pitched in real world, so we list them down. Gibson went all the way for the loss, though. It was a 3-2 game. Tough loss for Gibson. He's had tough losses in our replay. And there we have it. Again, this top section shows who pitched within the replay so as not to overuse. And this section shows who pitched, meaning relieved, in real world. And so as a guideline, Raymond and McGinn are certainly our go-tos. And Gibson went all the way. We'd use probably anybody but Horner, hopefully. While we get this, before we even put in the setup, we open our Strat-O-Matic file. And we note Robertson, his wins, has 2. And Gibson has won 15. We also put in the records for these teams. Montreal in 5th place, 57-80. 23.5 out. They lost 2 in a row, including the first of this 3-game series. St. Louis, 76-60. 4 games out, and they've won 1 in a row. So that essentially takes care of the setup, other than the lineups and fielding ratings. I'm gonna set up these lineups right now, and then after they're all set up and we're ready to play ball, I'm gonna take a hit. So it's gonna be a few minutes till we get going here. I'm Jeffrey Guterman. This is the Strat-O-Matic Sports Network. If you give me a few minutes, let me set these up. freaking mistake. I had Pinson on the brain. Haig is actually goes here. We're going to be using a nameless player, Leron Lee again. And just to check him out, Leron hit .217 with no home runs, so he'll be poor, and he will be a left-handed hitter. It is a September call-up. I use nameless players. Kurt Miller asks, what do you do if there's not a card for a player? And Kathy Harden is for the Cardinals, Rhodes Scholar for the Cardinals. Glad to see people here now. Kurt Miller, yeah, I use nameless players if I'm gonna do it. Sometimes I can, decide not to do it and use somebody else, but in the case of Leron, we're going to use a nameless player. Now we're going to just pull these people out here to set these lineups up. LeBoy is out today. It's going to be Kevin Collins, playing third. Brand behind the plate. Wine. Coco LeBoy is out today. We'll pull a 1 here. We'll set up the Cardinals. Then we just put in the fielding ratings and we're done. This process goes quicker, typically, for me, when I, oh shit, you see I left a hitter card here. That happens. Let me pull Leron Lee out. Again, Rhodes Scholar just sent me a 69 Leron Lee. God bless you. God frickin' bless you. The only problem is, I'm wondering if you can do it again because the right-handed is covered. Do you see that? That's covered. Is there anything you can do about that? Bless you. Thank you, sir. Yeah, isn't he the greatest? Isn't Rhodes Scholar awesome? He'll let me know when he gets that in. I don't know what kind of ratings that's going to have. In the meantime, let me Torrey, Lee, Shannon, Javier, Maxville, and then Gibson is a 4NR. Isn't he something? That's what I call teamwork and community building. I can't believe Strat-O-Matic creates cards for everybody that way. I'm gonna put in a nameless player. I'm gonna put in a card here. I guess I'll just put in Bill White, but facing the other way here for Leron Lee batting after Torrey. Just to know that that's where that goes. While he's doing that, let me enter the fielding ratings. And like I said, there will be a break after that before the game, so that I had a great phone call with my son, so that I can, okay, he sent it again. Let's look at that again here. There it is. Isn't that beautiful? Not only that, we have the fielding ratings. Amazing. Leron Lee, a left-handed hitter. We'll put him in now in right field. He's a 4-0-11. Beautiful. Thank you. God, thank you. And we'll just keep that open for when we do that. And as you can see, it really doesn't take too long. Get these fielding ratings in. Mac Jones. Rhodes Scholar, thank you so much. Sure beats using a nameless player. Bobby Wine. These St. Louis Cardinals are the returning National League champions. And they feel that they're in it again to win the division here. Rhodes Scholar notes that Leron Lee and his brother wound up in Japan in the 80s. How would I do if he did not, Kurt Miller asks, how would I do the fielding rating if I did not do it? The way I do it is I make them a 3, a 0 by default, and then I look at the E rating. I know this is not an elegant solution of the right fielder on the other team, and I just pull that. It turns out he is. Turns out I would make him a 3, though. That's how I do it, Kurt Miller. There's no other, I don't have a formula for that, you know what I'm saying? Jeffrey Guterman, YouTube. There's one other thing I forgot to do, everybody, and that is change the title of this. To reflect the game, this is actually 2 games in 1 broadcast. That's going to be Montreal at St. Louis. And in just a moment, your thank you, Kurt. It's not elegant, Kurt, but it works for me. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you to the final game of September 6th in our 1969 replay. And it's a big game. We don't have many. We sure don't have too many of these. Say the returning National League champs are trying to keep pace. They came into this date 4.5 behind the first place Pirates. Pirates lost on this date, and they're looking to make up a full game. They would be 3.5 out. I'll be back with the lineups and the first pitch in about 5 minutes. I'm going to smoke some grass right now. This is what I worked for. As we're gonna play another enjoyable ball game. I want to thank you all for being here. Really, this is the only joy that I get out of life, besides drinking coffee, smoking weed, and playing Strat-O-Matic 1969 baseball. And this is not your grandfather's Strat-O-Matic channel. I'm gonna play this game, enjoy it, and then I'm gonna go get something to eat afterwards. I have a beautiful little thing here. And you know, smoking weed is there are ritual aspects to it. Looking at it, holding it, anticipating it. I also have this one little piece right here that's loose. And I'm going to take half of this. And I'm going to really try to savor this. I might even comb my hair for this. I cut my own hair, by the way. I haven't paid for I use a razor, an electric battery-powered razor with a rechargeable battery. And that was tasty. Oh. That was oh, that was good. DJ Jazz asks, am I an alien? Wonder if that's even worthy of a reply. DJ Jazz. I'm not sure if that's a worthy of a reply. I'm not sure if that's an insult. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Strat-O-Matic Sports Network. We have our final game of September 6th. The Montreal Expos at the St. Louis Cardinals. St. Louis won the first of this three. by a score of 3-1. Bryles got the win. Horner got the save. Today it's going to be Jerry Robertson, the right-hander, who has won 2 this season for Montreal, and Bob Gibson, the future Hall of Famer, who has won 15 on the mound. Let's go through our lineups. For the Montreal Expos, leading off and playing center field, Ty Klein. Batting second at second base, Gary Sutherland. Batting third in right, Rusty Staub. The cleanup hitter at first base, Ron Fairley. I told you he'd be getting a lot of playing time because he hardly played in the spring and the summer. Batting fifth is Big Mac Jones, and he will play left field. Batting sixth, playing third for Coco LeBoy, who has a moderate groin injury. It's Kevin Collins at third base, batting sixth. Batting seventh and catching is Ron Brand. Batting eighth at short, Bobby Wine. And the pitcher, still in the bullpen, he's going to be coming out very shortly. The right-hander, Jerry Robertson, I don't know what combination starter reliever. Pitching and batting ninth, he's won 2 on the season. For the returning National League champion, St. Louis Cardinals, they won 2 pennants in a row. They won the World Series in '67, lost to Detroit last year, and they're trying to repeat here in this is the first year of divisional play. They are 4 behind the first place surprising Pittsburgh Pirates, who've held that position all year. Batting first for the Cards and playing left is Lou Brock. Batting second in center, Curt Flood. Batting third and playing first base, Joe Haig. McCarver, the catcher, is injured. Torrey will be doing the catching. And where Torrey usually plays first, Haig will be at first base. Batting fourth and catching, and he's getting a little tired of it. It's like his 4th game in a row. And he prefers first base, is Joe Torre. Batting fifth and playing right field, Leron Lee, thanks to the assistance of the Rhodes Scholar, who is just, the more you give, the more you get. He sent this one over. I assume it's one of these from the 360 program that Strat-O-Matic has. That's wild. Because I want to tell you right now, when I was a kid, and we'd get 20-man rosters with each team. You could get extra players. Of course, I bought them eventually. The only serious quibble I had about Strat-O-Matic's being realistic was that there were players that are not on the roster that were used. And now I guess with the 360, they've done everybody. That's just wild how they set that up. Back to the lineup, Leron Lee will bat fifth and play right field. Batting sixth and playing third, Mike Shannon. Batting seventh at second base, Julian Javier. Batting eighth, the Strat-O-Matic card viewer app. But you do have to subscribe to it, Road Scholar, don't you? How much does that cost? Julian Javier at second base. Batting eighth is Dow Maxville at shortstop. And a really cool thing about this ball game is that we get to see Bob Gibson, a future Hall of Famer, if you don't mind me saying, batting ninth. And just finishing up, the Cardinals have taken the field, and he's taken his warm-ups. Big Bob Gibson. Oh, Lord. Lord Gibson. I wanted to find this is from the New York Times. I want to find a big, big picture. And I just want to ask you, just ignore this right here for the effect of it. We're a low-budget program, but we can zoom, and we can do all sorts of things here. That's Bob Gibson, and Kathy Harden, that is Bob Gibson. I was always a little bit scared of Bob Gibson, and I'm talking even when I saw interviews or this or that. He's a no-nonsense guy. And you never know what, you know, I'm not saying he's not a nice guy, but I was always a little scared of him, you know. Bob Gibson will be warming and coming in now. He is in now. By the way, here he is years later, and he looks like good there. He looks friendly there. In any case, we're going to get to this ball game. Any moment now, the Cardinals will take the field. And I believe they still had grass when they played this. You see, those big Coliseum stadiums of the 60s and 70s, when they got AstroTurf, I just said, you know, that is shit. That's obscene, I used to say. But they still have grass? Yes, they did. I just looked it up. I just freaking looked it up. That's if you have grass, you're okay. You're better. $650 a month, Road Scholar. $650 a month, and you get every player who ever played, ever? And the St. Louis Cardinals take the field. Cardinals take the field. There's Gibson. on the mound. Gibson on the mound, always a great thing to be able to watch a, that's fantastic. Rhodes Scholar, thank you so much. That is incredible. And I'll put some thought to that. I think I'm fine this season, but I'm going to put some serious thought to that. Some serious freaking thought. It's Gibson on the mound. It's Torrey behind the plate catching Gibson. In the infield, it's Haig at first, Julian at second, Maxville at short, Shannon at third in the outfield, left to right, Brock, Flood, and Leron Lee. You say save you. Oh, Rhodes Scholar, you're too freaking kind. You know, you're too freaking kind. Strat-O-Matic is a culture. It's a community. It's a place to share and enjoy companionship. I'm serious. That's why I do this. Gibson on the mound. He's ready. And here comes Ty Klein to lead it off for the Expos. Expos always a lot of fun to play with. I like Staub. I like Fairley as a good left-handed hitter. Big Mac Jones. Coco isn't in. Klein, left-handed hitter, facing Gibson. Gibson is a fast worker. Here's Gibson now, he's ready. The wind-up and the pitch to Klein. That's 1-6, right-handed, walked him. So Gibson loses Klein on a base on balls. So 1-6, right, walk right-handed. But Rhodes Scholar has really great guy, Rhodes Scholar. Steve Aquilung, another great guy. Gary Sutherland will come up now. It's Klein on first to lead it off. Gibson from the stretch now. He's a fast worker. And the pitch to Sutherland. That's 1-9 right-handed. That's hit well by Sutherland to left, but Brock going back at the warning track makes the catch. Klein comes back to first. It's one away here, just underway here on the Strat-O-Matic Sports Network. Had a great time this morning. Had a great freaking time. Doing a game. Kansas City at Seattle. And what happened was, Lord, I must have started this a long time ago. Lord, I must have started this, I don't know what time, my Lord. I'm sorry to get a little sidetracked there. But we did the Kansas City at Seattle, and I had a ballpark effect home run hit by, I forgot who the hell it was. That was pretty cool. Kathy wanted KC, but Seattle now moving within 1/2 game of Seattle for 5th place. It's Staub now coming up. It's 1 out, Klein on first. Staub, left-handed hitter, of course. And we decided, I had a great phone call with my son. In fact, I think I must have closed yeah, that's what happened. There were 2 outs in the 9th in the Seattle game. Meyer was 1 out away. 2 outs, no one on, top of the 9th, leading 5-2 for his first win of the season. He won none in real world. And that's when I had to go out. I'm just looking, where the hell is the broadcast, the original broadcast? Oh yeah, this is up there. It is. Okay, good. And if you go to the playlist for this date, it's going to be right down there. Yeah. So we finished the first out, the last out of the game for Meyer's win today, and I just kept it rolling. And I did a Montreal St. Louis from pure scratch. Last game of the 69 series. If I put the stats in and update leaders and standings, if I have the energy, it would really be quite a thing. That was a quick out. Now Staub at the plate here. Gibson from the stretch. And the pitch to Staub, 4-8 left-handed, and he struck him out. Oh, Staub struck out swinging, 2 down now. Gibson, in my opinion, one of the top, it's hard to say if you say top 10 pitchers of all time, but, if you want to go top 25, then it gets even more obvious that he is among the greatest pitchers who ever pitched in Major League Baseball. He's top tier. Let's put it that way. You have 3 tiers. Top, you could have 4 tiers. I put top tier, Gibson top tier, Koufax, Marichal. If I with U.S. presidents, I have 4-tier system, and I put Lincoln in the top tier, and maybe Washington. For reasons historically I don't want to get into, but Lincoln head and shoulders above anybody. And then from there you have 2nd tier. I'm sorry, I forgot FDR. And if only for his influence. FDR, 14 years, fairly takes a ball from Gibson. Gibson was once asked in an interview, when a batter comes up, do you try to strike him out? And he said, only when I have 2 strikes on him. Great frickin' answer. Okay, Gibson. The pitch to Fairley. That is 1-6 right-handed, and that is a base hit by Fairley. Klein, round seconds, goes to 3rd. Gibson has had his troubles this year. He's 115, and he 120 in real world. I suppose he's just slightly underperforming, but we've seen Gibson get hit this year. And I guess we're just not used to such things. 1-6 right-handed. Just missed the double there. And here comes Big Mac Jones. Big Mac, left-handed hitter, plays left. Gibson trying to get out of this. 1st and 3rd, 2 outs on Gibson here. Just underway at Busch Stadium 3, I suppose it is, of all the Busch stadiums they had. But this one has grass. They didn't put the turf in yet. I don't know if any of you read about this civil litigation going on about the frickin' turf that was at Veterans Stadium in Philly. A lot of players, a number of them, I don't have the numbers, died of cancers, including Tug McGraw, brain cancer, I believe. 2 outs, 1st and 3rd. Gibson facing Big Mac, and the pitch to Mac. That's 4-9 left-handed, chops it to short for Maxville. Maxville is a 2-12 E27, and we really count on him out in the field. 4-2, it's a G3 pound, and no one was being held, and there was no infield in. And he is an E27, that seems high. That's going to be 368. E27. And no, he's going to throw him out. Nice play by Maxville. And the side is retired, and Gibson gets out of it. But, Kathy, I would say Montreal had a nice start there, getting 2 runners on. They were both left on. And let me see one more time for Kathy Harden. Oh, she's for the Cards. Yeah, Harden for the Cards. We're heading to the bottom of the first now. Jerry Robertson, the right-hander. 2 wins on the season. He won 5 in real world. At 27 starts, he was 5-16. Robertson taking his warm-ups. Again, this is an expansion team. Expos. And here comes Lou Brock to lead it off. I would say probably another future Hall of Famer. Kathy Harden notes the environment's way to pay us back those cancers. It's, you know, I don't know. It's in litigation, but I bet you there might be. If they have enough of a case like this, there might be some relation. And that's freaking sick. Okay, that's freaking, you know, perverse. Okay. Here's Brock facing Robertson, left-handed hitter Lou. Robertson winds and deals. And that's 2-8, right-handed, struck him out. Oh, he swung hard on that. Brock did. One down here. I don't know, I stumbled on it in the news about maybe 6 months ago. And if you Google that, maybe Veterans Stadium, Phillies, cancer, you know, throw in Tug McGraw, you know, they obviously, you know, that is pretty sad. Well, here's Kurt Flood, 1 out, nobody on. We're just here in the bottom of the first, no score. It's Gibson for the Cardinals, Robertson here for the Montreal Expos. Here's the pitch to Flood. That's going to be 5-7 right-handed, struck him out. Oh, he's got the first 2. Flood went down swinging. Jerry Robertson with 2 strikeouts to start it off. He actually had an above average ratio. And he's actually not an awful pitcher, especially for an expansion team when you look at his numbers. So it's 2 outs, nobody on, and here's Big Joe Haig. Big Joe Haig, left-handed hitter. Look at him against lefties. That's not too promising. He's a 170 hitter to begin with. And we move along with him just for the sake of maybe at least 2 at-bats. And then if we need to, only if we need to. If we're winning, no freaking need to do anything. 2 outs, nobody on. Here's Robertson. He struck out the first 2 here in the bottom of the first. And the pitch to Haig. That's 5-8, left-handed, and Haig swings and gets a base hit. Haig with a single here, 2 outs though. Left-handed, 5-8. That was a base hit for Haig. And here's Joe Torre now. Torre catching for McCarver, the injured Tim McCarver, and as Kathy knows, some others may know, the injuries in my replay is built into it. What do I mean by that? That we just follow the starting lineups for every game. Now we can do substitutions. We can use relievers, even though we use them as guidelines, not necessities. We could do anything we want strategically, switch players, but the opening lineup. So there it's built in. And if we know that someone is injured, like for example, we know Rick Monday is out and he's not coming up back till the middle of September. He's been out for a long time. Probably broke his pelvis or something. We don't use him, okay? So it's built in and it's beautiful because I think the way the injuries show up in Strat-O-Matic is for the birds, really. What the fuck, this guy's injured? There is a super advanced or advanced version of how to deal with it. Like if the guy did have 600 at bats, he won't be injured, for Christ's sakes. I don't need that, I don't need that factor. Okay, Torrey at the plate with Haig on first and 2 down, Robertson. We'd love to hear from you in live chat. Robertson gets the sign from Brand and the pitch to Torrey. That is 2-3, right-handed, fly ball left. Hit pretty well, but playable by Big Mac Jones. He's under that, and he makes the catch. It was a 2-3 right-handed. The side is retired. No runs, 1 hit, 2 strikeouts for Robertson. 1 left on, and after 1, it's a scoreless ball game. And Cardinals take the field. Gibson taking his warm-ups. Amazing, amazing pitcher to see. A dominating pitcher. And when in 1968 he had an ERA of 1.12. That is frickin' otherworldly. I mean, that is, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if anybody, had an ERA 1.12. How the hell? I'm surprised he even let up a run, for Christ's sakes. So Gibson takes the mound, taking his warm-ups. He got into a little trouble in the first. It was first and third, 2 down. And he got Big Mac Jones to ground out. It's going to be Kevin Collins leading it off here for the Expos. Kevin Collins getting a start. Coco LeBoy is out with a groin injury. We hope it's not worse. Here's Gibson now. And the pitch to Collins. That's 1-4 right-handed, chops it to second for Julian. And Julian throws it on over to Haig, 1 away. I dig Julian. He's had some big hits this season. You got to say, folks, this team may not be the same team. They don't have Orlando, okay, anymore, okay. But these are the NL champs. They're challenging to. They're only 4 games out. Last game of this date, they could leave on 3.5. Big game for Gibson. Here's the pitch to Brand now. That is a 2-9 right-handed single for Brand up the middle off Gibson. And you look at real-world games, you'll see Gibson got hit. Okay. The only guy who didn't get hit for, like, I don't know how long it was. Every second was like a 13-inning stretch that DeGrom had. I don't know if you'll remember. I think it was 2 years ago. There was, and I even watched some of it. he was literally unhittable. One guy finally grounded a ball to second. Oh, Gibson was intense, sure. Here's Bobby Wine coming up. It's Brand on first, one down. Expose that cards, top of the second, no score. I don't know if it was Red Barber or Mel Allen. My parents used to tell me he had an egg timer when he was doing radio announcing, and every time it went, he gave the score. Here's Gibson now. From the stretch and the pitch to Wine. That is 4-6 right-handed. Flies to right for Leron Lee, who makes the catch, and the side is retired. I'm sorry, that's 2 outs. That's 4-6 right-handed. That went to Leron. Playing out there in right field, and what interesting life. I looked him up. Here comes Jerry Robertson now, his first plate appearance in the game, the pitcher. With Brandon first, 2 outs, top of the second, no score. We're Montreal at St. Louis. Leron, I remember looking something up. He may be alive, he may be dead, I don't know. I forgot. Anyway, Gibson now. Robertson, a switch hitter, batting left against Gibson. And the pitch to Robertson. And that's 5-3 left-handed. Grounds it back to Gibson. He's a frickin' 1. He is a 14. He can boot it, but he gets to everything. It's a frickin' 1. And that's going to be 4-1 G3. It will be an E14 for Gibson. That's 6-12-18, E14. And he throws him out, and the side is retired. A very nice play by Gibson. Side retired, no runs, 1 hit. The Brand got a base hit. Should be proud of that. You get a piece of wood on something he throws. We're in the middle of the second. It's a scoreless ball game. And it's 11:23 a.m. Eastern U.S. time. I started early, then finished with 2 outs in the top of the ninth, 1 out away from the win of Meyer from St. Louis. My son called, had a great conversation. Now I've resumed. I don't know. I think it's okay. It's a pretty tiring process. I need water and I need food. But I think I'm going to go for a while. I think I'm actually well prepared to go for another 2 hours. So that's okay, you know what I'm saying? And that's going to make for doing live broadcasting of Strat-O-Matic for like hours all morning into the afternoon straight. Anyway, Jerry Robertson taking his warm-ups. It's the bottom of the second, and here comes Leron Lee up to the plate. We thank Rhodes Scholar for sending the what the hell is it called? Mobile app, I know, but I'll go look in the live text. Leron Lee, left-handed hitter, facing Robertson to lead it off. In for the injured Veda Pinson. Here's Robertson now. The windup and the pitch. It's 4-7. It's going to go on Robertson's card. He's a left-handed hitter, and he walked him. Leron Lee has walked. He is an East Steeler. That only means he didn't try. He's a 1-14 running. And Lee draws a base on balls from Robertson to lead it off for the Cardinals. Isn't that fine that we can even know his running rating? I bet you there was a lot of computer input done for that. I'm looking back on the live text and I see it was Rhodes Scholar who used it. He called it the Card Viewer app. Okay, that's the name. That was just me. I know they have the 365 thing. They never gave me a beta use of the new thing they have. I'm glad they're trying things innovatively. I never got picked for that, but I might. Some people are not really impressed by it. But anyway, here's Robertson with Leron Lee on first and Mike Shannon. And by the way, I use this Bill White card, but it should be this way, to just as a place marker for Leron Lee, you see. Leron Lee bats fifth, Rhodes Scholar. I just put that as a place marker because I'm going up on the totally digital when he comes up, thanks to you. Here's Mike Shannon. We didn't need his card last that time, though. Fell on Robertson, and he walked him. Here's Shannon now. Kathy Harden for the Cardinals. And this is serious frickin' shit, people. This is a pennant race. Cards only 4 behind the first place Pirates. Well, okay, Robertson is ready. He's from the stretch. The pitch to Shannon. That's for 4 right-handed, fly ball center. That's going to be for Klein. He's a 2-5. He's good out in center. 4-4 right-handed. That's going to be 18-2 F3. And out in center, he should make this catch. He's an E5. That's going to be 6-9-12 E5 in center. And he does make the catch. And that's Lee will hold. Let's just confirm that, though. With a runner on base, you want to be sure. F3, he holds. So it's 1 away. Here's Julian. Lots of buzz here in St. Louis about getting back in this. Thank you very much, Pablo. We thank you so much. We have a Pablo Mendoza who has chimed in here. We say hello to you a couple times. Get that up there, then I can see your channel. And you do have a channel with content. Your name is Pablo Mendoza. I see some SOM basketball set up. I see some interesting shit there. And Pablo Mendoza, we want to welcome you to the Strat-O-Matic Sports Network. This is a replay of the 1969 season. It's September 6, 1969. Last game on the schedule for September 6th. Pirates in first all season, Pablo. And Cards, the returning NL champs. 16 games over 500, holding their own, 4 games out, but every game is a must-win here in September. It's Leron Lee on first with 1 out. Julian at the plate. Robertson from the stretch and the pitch to Julian. That's going to be 2-7 right-handed, and he popped it up to second. Sutherland makes the catch. That's 2 away. And that brings up Dal Maxfield. Beautiful, beautiful morning for a very, very intense series of broadcasts, 2 of them. For Strat-O-Matic. Leon, first two down, Maxville at the plate. Here's Robertson. That's 3-6, right-handed, fly ball center, high and playable by Ty Klein. On a 3-6 right-handed, he makes the catch, and the side is retired. So Robertson gets his second scoreless inning. No runs. The leadoff walk to Leron. We've gone 2, and this is a scoreless ball game. My name is Jeffrey Guterman, in case you're wondering, and Lord, I hope things are okay for you. I have suffered. I'm going to take a break for about 3 minutes. Oh, have I suffered. All self-inflicted, basically. Yeah, I'm digging this ball game. Shit. I'm digging this frickin' game. Oh, I hope everybody's doing okay out there today. We're going to move to the top of the third very shortly. I'm Jeffrey Guterman. And this is the Strat-O-Matic Sports Network. You know, I think this is a very, very strange world to me that we're living in today. The politics. I think the politics, one word, is stupid. Another word is dangerous. As far as culture goes, maybe I've turned into my father. I'm not a fan of a lot of the cultural stuff. I like technology, but due to my depression and anxiety, sometimes it's, I don't know, it's not quite what it used to be to me, even though it's continued to exponentially grow. You know, I'm not a what do they call it? I can't even remember her name now. The person of the year. Can you believe that? That's what I think time doing that. I hate to be, you know, a curmudgeon or an opinionated bastard, but that's kind of ridiculous. We're talking about an influence, the person most influential. She didn't influence me. What's her name again? Somebody please help me. It's an interesting thing. Joel Horland says, I was a Taylor Swift. I'm not a Swiftie. Kathy Harden, I am not a Swiftie. Okay, I'm Beatles. Okay? So, I'm just not into, I do like the talent of people like Alicia Keys, who is just amazing, how she can write and sing, and she's so beautiful. I mean, to me, that's an amazing thing. Okay, if you want to talk about culture, God, I think Alicia Keys is more talented than almost anyone today, in my opinion. I could be wrong. I am not a Swiftie. Joel Horland, though, says, I was happier in a less technological world. Isn't that an interesting idea? And I think you have posed a question and been able to articulate a question that I never really articulated that clearly. I go, was it better? Was the world better for me before the technological explosion? And by the way, it's just going to get more, the technological. Joel Horland says he has no idea what she did. Exactly. I mean, she's fine. She's talented. She's successful. It's not exactly my kind of music, but no reason to make that person of the year. That's insane. But I think Joel Horland has hit on a question that I have. Was it better? Was the world better? And I don't know. I think, isn't that normal to always look back and have nostalgia about the good old days? Not to mention, I didn't have troubles, but I had a pretty good first 18 years of my life, and then things were wild and turbulent for many, many years, and the last 20 have been just god-awful, depression and anxiety. But again, I'm having a better day the past couple of days. But back to Joel Horland. I think, though, there is something, even though it's actually a part of I think every generation in history has looked back, going back to the Greeks even, going back to the Egyptians, that you look back and you say it was better, it was less complicated. My grandfather, who was born in 1897, used to always say to me, Jeffy, the world is much better today. Now, he lived through the Depression, he lived through Hitler. And I'm going to just leave you with this before I get back to this ball game, and I have to use the lavatory real quick, and then take a hit, is that, you never know with major world events that the world could change. The Depression was one thing, but I want to tell you, World War II to have defined and recast the world. World War II was about as life-changing in the last, I don't know what would be before that would be so life-changing. Maybe the American Revolution, okay? Well, of course, the Civil War, and the Civil War, at least from a U.S. perspective. But we had a JFK assassination. I think that, I know there was the RFK, MLK, but the JFK in particular changed the world, and 9/11. And even the pandemic. But I want to leave you with this. If you're a nihilist, you say, could it be time for a really big change, like on the order of a World War II. I'm gonna go take a leak. I'm gonna then take a sip, and then I'm gonna take a hit, and then we're gonna get back to this ball game, okay? And Kathy Harden says she's registered a lot of young voters, but getting to them to the polls is another thing. Well, there is Kathy Harden has identified something of real value to the world. We could say influence. My gut reaction to Kathy's good point there is I'm not sure that also would qualify as political activism that contributed to the election of Democrats, because but that is a good point you're making. But she's not like, I don't see her frickin', you know. I'll be right back. This is the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. So that's a very good point by Kathy Harden. I'm all for that. That's great. I hope she does. And I hope you've all been enjoying this ball game. Oh, there's Kathy Harden with her final point there. She's done a lot. She's talking about Taylor Swift. She's done a lot of good stuff, but she does not know about Person of the Year. So that's okay. And I just think it's a reflection maybe of our culture also, where we're at. There really wasn't anybody this year that I can think of that really seemed to be someone who would be a Person of the Year. And we are back at Studio B. Montreal at St. Louis. I've got a hit here if you don't mind. That might be like if you see Frank Sinatra as Person of the Year, because he really was popular at a point. And when he, and maybe he was Person of the Year. But you would still say, really, is that the best that they can come up with? Is that the frickin' best? We are back at Studio B, and how glad I am. If I get hungry or something, I may just keep this going and hop out. It takes me 10 minutes, maybe 12, to get food and everything I need, including water. I may just do that. I hope you all understand. It's almost like some of these replays can be like, what could I call it? It's not something you sit and watch for an hour and a half, even 2 hours. It's an all-day stream, whatever game happens to be on. And we're gonna head. Here's Big Bob Gibson now. Love to watch Gibson pitch. Gibson taking his warm-ups to pitch to the Montreal Expos. It's a scoreless ball game. Robertson has held the Cards to no runs. And Gibson taking his warm-ups. No runs, 2 hits, a walk in the first 2 innings. Struck out 1, Gibson. Will face the top of the order, Ty Klein, to lead it off. He walked in the first. All right, here's Gibson now. Pretty fast worker, 310 right-handed, and that's hit well by Klein into right center for a base hit. Klein leads it off, so Gibson, it's almost kind of weird to even imagine anybody even getting a hit off him. I know his card this year is, look at that, 2.18. You know? So that is the 3rd hit off Gibson today. Klein is on first with a leadoff single. Here's Gary Sutherland now. Gibson from the stretch with Klein on first, no outs. Oh, and he lays it down. The infield is brought in. Sutherland is an A bunter. He'll be a B. It's going to be 11B. That might be trouble. Oh. It's hit to Gibson, and Gibson throws it to second. For the force. Nice play by Gibson. Whoops. So it's just like a force out. It's nothing to lose your, become incontinent about. And I know some people have serious problems with incontinence. I'm not mocking them. I've dribbled a little in my panties in my life. Laughing so hard, it's happened. Oh, he hit that to Gibson. Gibson fielded it right away, turned around, and whipped it to Julian at first to force Klein. Something just like that is just a great play. And that's going to be 1 out now with Sutherland on first. He was trying to bunt Klein over. And Gibson said, no can do. Here's Staub now. Gibson gets the sign from Torrey. The pitch to Staub. That is 4-4, left-handed, flies to right. No X, beautiful. Leron under it, 2-way. And now Ron Fairley. Oh, Gibson. And the pitch. That's 2-5 right-handed, and that is a liner to first. Oh, caught by Haig. Oh, caught by Haig. Very nice catch. Side retired. Let's look at that again. 2-5 right-handed. Single went to 7, and Haig was going for it, and he got it. It's no runs, 1 hit, and 1 left. Middle of the third. And I am so wiped out. I am so, from taking hits, sometimes I get a little bit of a side effect of not being paranoid, but being sort of suspicious, vigilant, like just the idea of walking out of this apartment into the real world is very bizarre to me right now. Okay. Gibson's going to lead it off, by the way, at Montreal. In the field, Robertson taking his warm-ups. And here's Gibson. He is a 4 NR. Very, very weird to me. Okay, here's Robertson now. With Gibson leading off, bottom of the third, no score. Here's the pitch. 3-5, and he struck him out. That's the third for Robertson. Now Lou Brock steps up. He struck out. Lou Brock died, folks. Many of you know that, I'm sure. Here's Robertson now. Gets the sign from Brand. And the pitch to Brock. That is 5-9 left-handed. It's hit well by Brock into the gap. And he'll be at second with a double. A 1-out double off Robertson. It's off his own frickin' card. It was a 5-9 left-handed and home run 1-8. And it was a 17. So Brock leads off. He would have had the power. Brock could always club a home run. Here's Flood now with Brock in scoring position, nobody out. Robertson from the stretch. The pitch to Flood. 5-4 right-handed, grounder to first X for Fairley. He's good. He's a 2, I don't know about 17. That'll be a 9-2 Fairley. Again, it was 5-4 right-handed. Wait a minute. 5-4 right-handed is catcher X. Now, how did we frickin' get that? I'm going to have to do a replay to make sure what the hell is going on if those dice were moved. This is one of the things about technology that I want to tell you is just amazing, how we can go back in time into the game. And this is a replay mode now. This is my real hand. This is replay mode. And we were looking for Flood at the plate, and want to make sure we get the correct. Here's Brock. Here's Flood now at the plate. Let's listen in. Robertson from the stretch. The pitch. We are in replay mode. This is not live. We're making to see what the roll was on Flood. It's to Flood. That's a 5-4, and that is a frickin' catcher X. It is not a first base X. That's where we made an error, and What are we into here? Well, first and foremost, we're into here having fun. But part of that fun is to be accurate, and I think to take it to that level of going back on replays is awesome. How many freaking times a kid before computers like this, social media. So we're going to do a 5-4. We're going to do a catcher X here. I know that. But I know that's a catcher. And we're going to go brand 4-4-5. Brand 4-5 catcher. We'll even show it to you. And we're going with the same freaking roll, which was the 9. Low errors, not no errors. Exactly. Kathy knows the philosophy. That's going to be a 9 brand, a 4. 9-4. That's going to be a P/P. It sounds like a pop-up, and we want to make sure he doesn't drop it. He is a E5. That's going to be 5-7-10, E5, and it looks like he does catch it. Let's make sure what PP, just for the enjoyment of it, with as a runner on second. With runners on base, a pitch gets past Torrey. Oh, I'm sorry, no, gets past Brand. That frickin' ball gets past Brand. All runners advance one base and play resumes. With runners on base, PP. That looks like it's a chance of a pass ball. That is a pass ball by Brand. Oh my. Brock goes to third. That frickin' ball just got away from Brand. Okay. Isn't that a mistake? And now with 1 out, Brock on third, fly ball by Flood could bring a run. There's no score here. Robertson in his third inning. And Kurt Flood will come up now as we resume with the correct results of that. It was a passed ball, and it could be a very costly passed ball. It could be very, very frickin' costly. Now, here's Robertson from the stretch with Brock on third, doing a little prance back and forth to unnerve Robertson. Here's the pitch to Flood. Yeah, that is a 5-8 right-handed, and that is a base hit by Flood. Brock comes home, and the Cards lead at 1-0. I do want the Cards to win, Kathy, so he allows a run here. Jerry Robertson on a very nice base hit, a perfect base hit by Kurt Flood with Brock on third, got there from the pass ball by Brand, and you see how damn significant that pass ball was. So Flood with a base hit on first, 1 out, 1 in. Cardinals lead it 1. Thank you, Joel Horlin. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you for the compliment. But you want to know some Joel Horlin, the essence of it, the meaning and philosophy of it is the acknowledgement of errors. Only when we do that do we get closer to perfection, a more perfect union of Strat-O-Matic. But you never arrive. But that's the thing about it. Total transparency. It's Flood on first, 1 out. And here comes Big Joe Haig. Now, Big Joe Haig, 170 hitter. hits left-handed. He got a base hit left on in the first. There's one in here, bottom of the third. Flood on first, one out. Here's Robertson from the stretch. And the pitch. That's going to be 4-9 left-handed, and that is a liner to second, caught by Sutherland. Nice catch by Gary Sutherland at second base. 2 down now, and that will bring up Torrey. Torrey flew to left in the first. It's Flood on first, 2 down. Some really exciting fans here. Robertson and the pitch, that's 4-8 right-handed. And there is a base hit by Torrey. To left, a base hit past Collins. And Flood goes to second and holds, and they're already celebrating here in St. Louis. First and second, it was a 4-8 right-handed. And you're seeing Robertson getting hit on his own card here. His endurance is the 7th. And it's first and second, 2 outs. And here comes Leron Lee. Once again, our thanks to Rhodes Scholar for using the viewer card app from which to afford us a card for Leron Lee. Leron Lee comes up with 2 down, first and second. It is a clutch situation. I'm going to tell you that much. Robertson on the mound. I know I can't, I'm not a high budget show. I can't do split screens. I'm using this right off the email he sent me. Here's Robertson, the right-hander, the wind-up. Let's see if something will get on Leron's card. And the pitch. Oh, yes, it is. It's a 3-8. And he struck him out. And the side is retired. I love the card, Rhodes Scholar. Jesus, I love it. The side is retired. There was 1 run, though. Oh, that's cool. 1 run. Cards lead 1-0 now. Interesting. Gibson struck out. Brock doubled. Then with Flood at the plate, pass ball by Brand, Brock went to third, and then Flood singled him home. Torrey also singled. It was first and second, 2 down, and then Robertson got Lee. And I want to tell you, though, Jerry Robertson pitching pretty decent baseball, all in all, when you think about even how he got out of that inning. We're going to head to the top of the 4th in just a few minutes here. I'm not prepared to go out into the real world right now. I'm trapped due to how bizarre it would be. What I'm trying to do is play this Strat-O-Matic in such a way that I am just incorporating it into my lifestyle. So this is not the only thing I'm doing right now. It is basically the only thing I'm doing. Um, and yeah, there will have to be a time. I'm just experimenting, folks. Just experimenting. Because I am going to go out and keep this going. I do have a phone call from my son about 4 o'clock. I think that's plenty time to have to enjoy the day. I want to tell you, this is a pretty cool angle, I think, of Studio B. I like this angle. There's my Freud toy right here. My mother gave it to me as a gift sometime when I was in graduate school. And it's kept very well through the years. This thing must be about 36 years at least. And I don't keep many things. I've gotten away from things and try to emphasize ideas as a value in my life. But this is one thing that I have not parted with. This right here is my Strat-O-Matic setup. My two games, baseball and football. I have my 69 set in here. I keep my 64 and 1911 set in hefty zipper bags, separate and in the closet, because they're basically suspended. The football's here, but I don't see any time in the foreseeable future when I'm going to go to football. I'll tell you all what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a walk outside for about 2 or 3 minutes and try to desensitize myself to just being outside. This is my plan. And then I'm going to come back in. That's about 2 or 3 minutes out there. Then my plan is to come back in, play the 4th inning, and then go out and get myself something to eat, something to drink, and do that in 12 minutes. This, in a way, I know it sounds grandiose, but in a way I could this may sound grandiose to you, but I could think about my Strat-O-Matic broadcast network, the broadcasting of so many games for so many times of Strat-O-Matic. I could think of it as performance art. I will be back about 2-3 minutes now, and we're going to get to the 4th inning. I'm having a good time with this one. I'm enjoying Gibson. I'm enjoying the prospect of St. Louis being within 3.5 games of the amazing Pirates. Yeah, Joe Horland. Yeah. There's so much stuff to it. There's innuendo. There's subtleties. There is subtext. This is not only about Strat-O-Matic. Okay, this is about something much more important than just Strat-O-Matic. Even though Strat-O-Matic is important, and it is about Strat-O-Matic, I'm saying it isn't just about. And it could even be subsumed by an exotically described aspect of human experience. Like I said, I'll be back in 2 or 3. By the way, this is from my copyrighted music that I use. No copyright music. This is my favorite sound of all. I found it. This is the one that is really tolerable to me, you know. Best thing about this music, don't pay any attention to it. I gotta tell you, folks, the weather out there, I don't know if it's because I'm buzzed, is essentially perfect. It's not cool, it's not even neutral, it's a little warm, just a little bit warm. No humidity, and a supple breeze that reminds me of when spring broke up in the north. I'm from New York, and I'm sure some of you who still live in those areas know that feeling. And that was fucking wild.
Right-handed, rounded the first, thanks for fairly.
Sometimes things move slow around here. But we always get it done. We're heading to the top of the fourth. There's Gibson taking his warm-ups. As he will face the Expos scoreless after 3. He has allowed 3 hits. And we are back at Studio B in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Our Studio B proper. No more funny stuff. No more shit going on. Like me walking around and doing like a slimy cat, an old cat fucking around. It's the top of the fourth, and I love Gibson. Right-hander. And he'll face Big Mac Jones to lead it off here in the top of the fourth. Here's Gibson now. The wind-up and the pitch to Jones. That's 111 right-handed. Chops it to second. And Julian, he fields it so nicely. Throws over to Haig for the first out. Take Julian for granted. Don't do it. Here's Kevin Collins now, left-handed hitter, in for the injured Coco LeBoy. Coco's, see, you know, I know sometimes Kathy Harden turns a phrase, you know. Coco's maracas are hurt. I tried. I freaking tried. Here's Kevin Collins. 1 out, nobody on. Gibson. Yeah, he's a fast worker. 4-8 left-handed, struck him out. Second for Gibson today. Not an overwhelming strikeout pitcher. As you see, he's under 9 a game this year at least. Maybe other years he was better, but he's not like a Koufax or a, you know, quite like that. Here's Brand now. He did strike out a lot of people, though. Maybe some years he was better. 2 outs, nobody on. Gibson on the mound for St. Louis. They lead it 1-0 here. The pitch to Brand. And that's 111 right-handed, and he chops it to first for Joe Haig. And Haig takes it to the bag, and the side is retired. So Gibson, that's what we expect from Gibson. 1, 2, 3 inning. We're heading to the bottom of the fourth. Meanwhile, Robertson has allowed 1 run in 3 innings, was his last inning. Double by Brock. Came home on Flood's base hit. He had reached third on a passed ball by Ron Brand. Brock. We need water. We need Mike and Ike's, for sure. We need some form of protein, I don't know what. Okay, leading it off for the Cards, Mike Shannon now. Here's Robertson. And the pitch. Well, that's off. I think it went through. And when you have doubt like that, you take it. And that'll be 3-8 right-handed. He pops it up to short. For Wine, and there's 1 away. That looked like it went through. Here's Julian now. Pop to second, in the second. Julian. My son's name is Julian. Julian steps in. Robertson gets the sign and the pitch. That's a 5-8 right-handed, and that is a base hit for Julian. A 1-out single. And Dal Maxfield is the batter. .65 right-handed, grounds to short X. It could be 2. Wine is a 344. Uh-oh, that's a 1-3. It's going to be an S2. And let's see if he boots it. Oh, Wine a 44. That's a 6. No, he does not boot it. It is an S2, though, with a runner on first, and that means that Julian goes to third on that. It is a base hit. Wine could not get that. So it's first and third, 1 out. Against Robertson. His first endurance is the 7th. Gibson's, whoa, the 9th. So you got to really think about what kind of frickin' pitching machine he was. With minimal errors, injuries in his career. So I think, same with Marichal. Koufax is a whole nother phenomenon, and I'd like to discuss that with somebody sometime about the phenomenon of Sandy Koufax. I may end up saying things that you've already heard, but I may present it in a slightly different way. And if anyone has any interest in that, I will schedule that in advance, maybe as soon as I feel I'm able to. It's first and third, 1 out. I'm worried now, Kathy. I have a phone call with my son. I'm just stupid and fucked up and worried, but I can roll with it. Roll with any changes that are going on. He's going through a lot of changes right now. I need to be the adult. Here's Bob Gibson. I know that's very, but it's a bit cathartic for me to even let it out. It's first and third, 1 down. With Gibson at the plate, he's a pretty good hitting pitcher. He's a 4 NR. Here's Robertson now. And the pitch to Gibson, 2-11, fly ball right. That's going to be deep enough for Julian. And Julian tags, and it's a 2-0 ball game. Very nice Bob Gibson with a sacrifice fly, and he's a pretty damn good hitter. And that was one pretty piece of hitting, I think. A run is a run, you know? When I was in academia, you know, publish, perish, even though it didn't have that pressure. But if someone ever showed you, they'd say, "Hey, I just got this publication in this journal. It's not the best journal, and actually the article isn't even that good." And I would say, a pub is a pub. If it was refereed. So that was a 211 for sure. Right hand, fly ball to right B, bringing home Julian. You see how important that goddamn single was? See how goddamn important a 1-out single by Julian. Here's Lou Brock now. 1 out, Maxville on first still. 2 outs, I'm sorry. And Brock struck out, doubled, and scored the first run. It's 2-0 Redbirds now. Robertson trying to get out of this. That is 6'9" left-handed, and he chops it to second for Sutherland, who throws it over to Ron Fairley for the out. So the side is retired. There was another run on 2 hits and a sacrifice fly by Gibby. We've gone 4. It's a 2-0 ball game. And I'm going to go out now. And what I'm going to put on is a previous, I don't know how good the quality of it is, but a previous, not a game, but commentary by me about Strat-O-Matic. It's only going to be about maybe 12 minutes, you know, but I'm going to bring this shit in and even let you enjoy the process of my finding it. I'll go to my channel, and I think I would go, I guess live would be the best way to go here. I'm only going to be about 12 minutes. I got the battery plugged. There's one thing that I thought was kind of interesting, and this may change some of your views about me, but it's a confessional about my early days in Strat-O-Matic. Which I think is quite fascinating, if you ask me. Because I'm in what I call the golden age of Strat-O-Matic in 1970 to 74. If I could find the goddamn thing. There's so many of these. Oh, Lord. Unless the only other thing, bear with us, the only other thing to do would be for me to go right into my, it's called, a lot of it, YouTube Studio. A lot of this shit is, go to content and go to live. Actually, this might be a video. Let me just make sure. That would solve everything. I don't think so. Oh, wow, these are good to have. Yeah, it's under live, and I can check these out by going. This is a very, very tedious, and a lot of the stuff that YouTube has, the way they have shit laid out, it's okay, and you can do a lot of things, but it's sure not convenient. And this is part of the minutia of life. Am I just doing this even? Here it is. It's 19 minutes. It's called Strat-O-Matic and Me, an intimate history, true confessions. And the thing about it is it has two semicolons. It has two colons. You know, some games, some things that you see, and this is quite revealing. The audio is not that great. I'm going to warn you now. But I'm going to bring this up, and the emphasis should be on the audio, not what you see, because you don't see much anyway. This is called, and you can look at the title right here, Strat-O-Matic and Me, colon, an intimate history, colon, true confessions, and it's 19 minutes and 30 seconds. I might even let this go when I get back. I need water, and I need some protein and Mike and Ike's. So thanks for coping with the sound quality, and I'll catch you on the other side. Reflections on Strat-O-Matic and Me, and then I could even record this, and I could even play this on a lightning round of my reflections on Strat-O-Matic and Me, and then I could even record this, and I could even play this on a new recording. I wish there was I don't know how, but to be able to. Oh, true confessions. Strat-O-Matic and Me, an intimate history. True confessions and an intimate history. I'm gonna go something like this. See if I can do this it's 4:56. I think I can probably do it. It's gonna be tiring though. Because the other one I did was deleted because it had copyrighted music. Just man, I screwed that up. And it goes like this. My history of Strat-O-Matic goes back to 1970, early 1970. When my two friends had the 69 cents. It was basic. And that's my absolute first introduction to Strat-O-Matic. And I believe that when the 70 set came out in December is when it usually came out. I got it. I got my own. First I got Old Timers. The whole set of Old Timers. And I played it, and I played it even more. And I gotta tell you something, in 72, I played it. All solitaire, all with my two friends, but isolated in that way. And, let me see, it was, I remember getting getting football. I had the 71 set,
I think the Cowboys won it all. I'm not certain. I think they might have beat maybe Oakland, but I'm not sure.
Well, it's very good.
But I had the 71 set and 72 set and the 73 set.
That's very good for me.
That's when I stopped. And I tried basketball, didn't like it, and hockey wasn't invented yet. And then I got off Strat-O-Matic in 1970, early 74. Stopped playing it. So we're talking about from 6th grade right through to the earliest beginning of your junior year, probably the summer. But once the junior year came, you were off it. But things really opened up for me with Strat-O-Matic in probably about 1973, when I learned about the Strat-O-Matic review, and we did not have social media. We didn't have anything, and this was an invaluable resource, community, to develop community and actually meet people and learn about what's going on in the world of Strat-O-Matic. It was two guys who created it, Del Newell and Mike Allison, I believe. And they were from Michigan, near Oswego, that area, beautiful area. One was a sports writer, or I'm not sure if he was a writer or an announcer, both locally. And the other, I think he was a journalist, a sports journalist, Mike Allison. And I learned about the Strat-O-Matic review when one afternoon, it's an unusual way, but one afternoon, I was at my friend's house, one of the two, and his older brother, who was like 2 years older than us, had the December 1972 issue of the Strat-O-Matic review. And I asked him, I think I paid him 75 cents. I offered him to buy that. He goes, sure. I said, could I buy that from you? He said, sure. And to me, it blew me away, the idea that there was such a thing. I could see it right there. And this was it. This was something I had to get into. We're going back to now where, I'm playing Strat-O-Matic since 70, and now it's late 72, so it's a little late in the game. It had started in March 71, and I got all back issues right away. I remember one guy sold them to me. He just sent me, I asked for, but the guy just freaking sent it to me, the whole thing, and I paid him, and promptly. And how did I pay him? Well, I'd always get my father, I would make money doing things, and I would give him the money and say, could you write me a check for this amount? And he'd always gladly do it. It was a nice thing he did. I had him do it for all sorts of things. So I took that December 72 issue home. I devoured it. I front to cover, every word, every syllable. I was just so into the idea of it. And what I learned when I got the back issues, which were within a month, so now we're in like February 73, is I learned that there was a convention in 72 73. I'm sorry, 72. Okay, I get mixed up with some of those years, but in the summer, there was a convention prior to when I saw that December 72 issue. It was probably that summer. And I said, whoa. And then I learned that there was going to be one in New York, and this would be the second one ever done. Now they do them all the time. Okay? And that's social media. And even Strat-O-Matic encourages that you have, let me just put this right up here so I can just sit and not have to hold this damn thing. It's not easy. This is an oral history right now that I'm providing, and I do think now I'm going to feel the need to just rebroadcast this live. I hope it comes out well. That's why I hope I don't make it too long. I'm already 10 minutes. So, yeah, it's going to be a very long time. So I get the back issues. I learned this. And I say, you're not the only one. In fact, they had a promotional flyer about it later. After I learned it from my friend, I saw at Strat-O-Matic they had a flyer for it. I subscribed. And right away, let's cut right to the chase. I got into mischief. And this is kind of painful for me to talk about but I've been forgiven by Stephen Barkin via Facebook. I pulled pranks. You want to talk about, I was the J. Johnstone of Strat-O-Matic. First thing I did was place several fake ads in the Strat-O-Matic review that did no harm really, but that was done. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to end this here, and I'm going to re-record this broadcast just because I want it on record on its own and reconstruct it. And then I'm going to start a playlist which is going to be called Strat-O-Matic and Me, : True Confessions and an Intimate History. Or maybe True Confessions of...
Who gives a shit?
True Confessions of an Intimate History.
Who fucking cares?
Or actually, you could have two subtitles. You could have a subtitle.
Get a fucking life.
Strat-O-Matic and Me. An Intimate History. True Confessions.
Oh, that's fucking perfect.
Okay, that's my construction. And I'm going to be getting into...
That's
I'm going to give
fucking
you a quick overview only because I wanted some meat on the bones here. In subsequent episodes, I'm going to get into the big scandal when I placed the fake ad that suggested that it was Tom Burleson of NC State who was starting a football league because they had play-by-mail for sale and wanted. This was play-by-mail. And he got all that mail somehow. I put up a fake, even though I got the zip code kind of close. And there were an article called Some Jokes Not Good. about that. Burleson was contacted. He actually spoke to Newell, and I got away with it. Why did I do it? Mischief. There's always been a mischievous side. I'm not writing this off, but I was 14 and a half, all right, when this happened. Other things I did was I had articles in the Reader's Roll-In section, that's like to the editor. I had that several times. I had articles in the Strat-O-Matic Review, legitimate articles. One was after I got all the back issues, I did a whole sort of like an anthological and an annotation of all of the issues. Listen, I'm going to run, but when I get back, I'm going to tell you, we're going to be talking about Tom Nelson, my friend who lived in, I think it was Plainfield, New York, or Jamaica Plains, New York, and he was 24. Again, I'm 15 and 14 and a half. And Bob Lang, an attorney, who's like 26. And we played, they had cars, they'd come to me, I'd go to them. And we would play. And I met them through the review. Tom Nelson, and I wanted to have I'm not going to get into that now. But the culminating scandal was at the 1974 convention. I think it was 73. I see I get mixed up with the year, but this was the big New York convention. And I'm going to tell you basically what happened. My friend, his name was Larry, he's one of the two I told you about. He and I created a plot that I would be in the basic football tournament. They had tournaments there. This was basic. And he would sit behind my opponent throughout the tournament and give me hand signals as to whether he was running or passing, because that was part of the game. You had to guess which it was going to be for your defense. And I swept through and won. I got a black and white TV. And there was questions at the convention that I cheated. Again, I was a different person then. I'm not condoning it, but don't condemn me. This is true confessions. It's mischief. That was at a cost because other people lost out. And so I got the trophy, but it followed me, because that was 73, because in 74 in the summer, that's when I went on the third one. I'm going to discontinue this. I'm back already. And in fact, my calculation is that I was able to make that trip to the market in 16 minutes, maybe 14 minutes. So it took a little longer. And I'm telling you, it went awesome. Something I'd like to say about this true confession is, again, I'm only 14 years old. I don't know if you're going to think that there is something diabolical about me as a human being, but I hope not. Steve Aqualung is here. I hope not. I had an awesome trip over there. In fact, and I got myself a dinner of beef and rice. It's just delicious. Beef and rice, a lot of it. I got myself water.
I have ice cream for later. Now I feel actually relaxed. I feel less hungry now that I know I have food. And of course, in addition to the beef and rice dish, along with ice cream if needed, if wanted. I got myself a couple of other important items. This first one is called Mike and Ike's. Now I do plural, I just see there's no plural on this. But I am a lover of Mike and Ike original fruits is what you would call them. I call them Mike and Ike's. And it's really the apostrophe should go on, it goes on Ike's, but it really refers to both of them. Unless you want to call it Mike's and Ike's. And that was always a tasty, and I'll just put that right here. I do have something else, and it's in the freezer. It's freezing. So this is if I get, and you know, with the beef and the rice and the ice cream and the Mike and Ike's, if we really get desperate, I've got Whoppers. A malt, the original malted milk balls, and you freeze them. So we are pretty much set for the evening. Got all the other drugs I need. And my son should be calling about, whoa! My son should be calling me about 4 p.m. And we are going to get right back to this ball game. Yeah. Gibson's taking his warm-ups. And it is a 2-0 ball game. And we hope you're enjoying the ball game this afternoon. A little different than what we're used to here on the Strat-O-Matic Sports Network. And I have no shame to disclose, to be transparent, to show you the shit food that I eat. I have no freaking worry about that. Here's Gibson now, top of the 5th, shutting out the Expos. It's 2. Oh, by the way, yeah. If I hope none of you were shocked by that true confession, but I think that's a classic. It's a classic. It doesn't. I hope you think I'm that much more cool. Not that I'm condoning that immoral, unethical, and maybe even illegal behavior. I don't know if it's illegal. That should have been the worst thing I ever did in my life, okay? And I was only 14 years old. And the other thing is, I did things worse than that. Not many, but I did a few things. I never hurt anybody. And here's Bob Gibson facing wine. to start off the top of the fifth. It's a complex fabric. I think it's fascinating. These are the glory years. And Jimmy Jam has arrived. Glory years of Strat-O-Matic. Here's Gibson. That's 4-7 right-handed, struck him out. That's the third for Gibson. This was the Strat-O-Matic review. That was our social media. And here comes Robertson up to the plate. His endurance is 7. And the pitch from Gibson. That's 2-12, and he grounds it to short for Maxville. And he throws it over to Big Joe Haig, 2 away. In the exposed top of the fifth, for Ty Klein, who has walked and singled. It's 2-0 Cardinals, and this is a big game for the Cards. I want to see them win. And there, that bias is not a problem. It's in awareness. And therefore, we do everything not to let it bias our decisions. And also the other thing is we don't do it to a fault. That doesn't mean we're going to favor Montreal either. We frickin' play this game from both sides. And I have rules, personal rules, with rolling a die to see if a B is being held or to see if the infield is in or back on a bunt. I can't do both. You see, I can't do both on that. Oh, what the hell happened to my, I had a freaking thing here. And now it's gone. I'm feeling pretty good now. Oh, here it is. Okay, Gibson now. Facing Klein with 2 outs, nobody on, top of the fifth. Into his windup and the pitch from Gibson. That's 6-11. Left-handed, popped it up. Just got the edge of it. Haig is under it. And he makes the catch, and it's a 1-2-3 for Gibson, and he's retired 8 in order. We're in the middle of the fifth here. And a very important ball game. Don't forget that. For the St. Louis Cardinals. Here's Jerry Robertson, and I think this is going to be a frickin' test for Jerry Robertson today. How can he handle St. Louis in the fifth? And it will be Kurt Flood leading it off here. We got the air conditioner blowing. Palm trees are swaying. And the radio's playing some blues for Baby and Me. It's one of the most underrated songs by Elton John in history. Blues for Baby and Me. Kathy Harden is for the Cardinals here with Flood leading off, bottom of the fifth. Robertson on the mound. Flood 1 for 2. And the pitch to Flood. That's 3-9 right-handed, grounds it to second. For Sutherland, over to Ron Fairley, that's 1 out. And here's Big Joe Haig. Big Joe singled in the first, popped to second. We have Jimmy Jam, we had Steve Aquilung on for a while. I don't know if he's left. I hope you're not turned off, Steve, by my confessionals or Joe Horlin. but you gotta understand there's more. I don't know if I got into the Burleson scandal. There's more, and this was news. Kathy, I think Kathy still accepts me. I think. Here's Haig now, 1 out, nobody on. The pitch from Robertson. That's 5-8, left-handed. Oh, that's a base hit. Oh, it's a re-roll. That's a frickin' re-roll. 1-1-2. And it is a base hit for Haig, his second of the ball game. Both off Robertson's card, I believe. It was a 5-8 left-handed base hit off Robertson. Haig on first, one down. We got another Joe here. It's Big Joe Torre. Facing Robertson. It's already 2-0 Cardinals. Torre 1 for 2, flew to left and single. Robertson. And the pitch to Torre now. That is 4-8 right-handed, and that is a base hit by Torre. To right, Haig goes to second and holds. First and second, one down. And here comes Leron. Leron Lee is coming up. We thank Rhodes Scholar once again, getting some good bang out of that. Leron Lee steps up to the batter's box from the card app viewer. How cool is that? And here's Robertson now with 1 out, first and second. Torre on first, Haig on second. Cards leading 2-0, bottom of the fourth against the Expos. Here's the pitch to Lee. That's going to be 5-8. That's going to be on Robertson's card, left-handed. Oh, shit. That is going to be another base hit. And that was not the same roll. The other roll was a single 1 asterisk. That was a 5-8 by Leron. He gets a base hit here, and Haig comes in to score. Torre goes to third, 3-0 Cardinals. Leron Lee. Straighten things up a little bit here. Leron Lee, and they're coming out here. Gene Mauch is coming out. They don't give a shit. He doesn't give a rat's ass. And that's going to be it for Robertson. That's it for Robertson. There's going to be a break in the action here. Isn't that interesting? Gene Mauch pulls him. I was never a fan of Gene Mauch's managing. But Robertson gets pulled after 4 1/3 innings. Nine hits. He's letting a lot of frickin' hits. His endurance is not till the 7th. We don't care. It's 1 walk. Struck out 4 and has allowed 2, and he's 3 now. And he is responsible for Leron Lee. At first, he's an E stealer. He's a 1-14 running. And Joe Torre on third, 1 down. That's it for Robertson. Let's see who's coming in now. Raymond and McGinn pitched in Real World. Get a few innings out of these people. because neither of them are very good. We're going to go with we're going to have to go with Raymond, the right-hander. McGinn is a left-hander. He's available. We would prefer to wait due to some sort of wacky timing idea we have about when left-handers come up, assuming he can. Well, Haig's the left, you know, we're doing the best we can. McGinn, for your information, died recently. He died March 1st of last year. He was 79. And I was following things and learned of that. Thank you, Rhodes Scholar. Let's straighten shit out here. Oh, it's going to be Raymond, who has made his way to the pitching mound, and he's taking his warm-ups right now. It's first and third, one down for Shannon coming in. Okay, here's Shannon. Raymond trying to get the Expos out of this. They're still in this ball game. Shannon 0 for 2. Here's Raymond now, and the pitch. That's 3-4 right-handed. Pops it up in foul territory to the side of the plate. It's Brand under it. He makes the catch, 2 away. Expos still in this ball game. It's a 3-0 ball game now. But here comes Julian. Oh, and Julian is a very good hitter. And he's a big part of this St. Louis ball club, returning NL champs. It's 2 outs, first and third. Leron on first, Torrey on third. 2 down, 1 in, 3-0 Cards. Pitch from Raymond. That is 3-6 right-handed. He chops it to short. And Wine has it. Throws it over to Fairley, and the side is retired. So Raymond gets the Expos out of this with no more runs, no more earned for Robertson. He allowed 3 runs. And we've gone 5 innings. It is a 3-0 ball game, and a very lovely ball game, if you ask me, because Gibson is throwing shutout baseball. He has allowed 3 hits, struck out 3, walked 1 through 5. Shutout baseball for Gibson. He's 115 on the year. When we come back to the top of the 6th, Gibson will take the mound. Start his 6th inning. His first endurance is in the 9th. He will face Sutherland, Staub, and Ferry. Jim Ferry, not Fairley, but Ferry pinch hit in this ball game. He's a left-handed hitter. Can't hit lefties. I seem to remember him at some time having some power. He didn't this year. He only had 49 at-bats. We'll be glad to use him if needed in this ball game. Jim Ferry. Okay, here's Sutherland now, 0 for 2. Flew to left, reached on a 4s, facing Gibson in the top of the 6th. Supposed down by 3. Not a good situation when you're facing Gibson. Here's the pitch to Sutherland. And that's 2-11 right-handed. He pops it up left side of third base, foul territory. And Shannon makes the catch, 1 out. Here's Staub. Okay, Gibson now. Staub 0 for 2. Wolf Gibson. That's 5-7 left-handed, and that is a base hit by Staub off Gibson. That is the 4th hit allowed by Bob Gibson for all singles. Staub on first with a single. And here's Ron Fairley, Big Mac on deck. Big frickin' Mac. Fairley, left-handed hitter facing Gibson now. Staub on first, 1 down, and the pitch. That's 4-10 left-handed, grounds to short X. That's going to be for Maxville, 227. It's the 27 I worry about. 18-2 G1, E27. Maxville scoops it. 6-8-9 E27. And he throws him out. Let's see what happens with a runner on first. It's a G1. It's that technical. It's a G1 runner on first, and it's a double play. It was Maxville to Julian to Haig. And that has a sort of a ring to it, huh? And the side is retired. Nice play by Maxville. Maybe a 27 is okay. I don't know. I don't frickin' know. I know they have a shitload of, they have 88. And they skip some frickin' numbers. What's that about? They have an 84 and they don't have an 86 or an 87. Then they have an 88. What the hell is that about? Lord, maybe no players had those numbers, according to their system. Anyway, the side is retired. No runs, 1 hit, none left after the double play turned by Maxville. We're in the middle of the 6th. It is a 3-0 ball game. And here's Claude Raymond for his 2nd inning of relief. He pitched 2/3. I'm sorry. His endurance is 2. We're going to head now to the bottom of the sixth. Raymond will face Maxwell, Gibson, and Brock. Wow. Is that what it means? Wow. I didn't frickin' know that. Joel Horland. And you know, shortstops are prone to more errors, I think. But Joel Horland points out that E27 means the player would have committed 27 errors if he played a full 162 game schedule, roughly. So, okay, that's good to know. Still a great shortstop, Dal Maxwell, I think. He's a 2. Here's Claude Raymond now. But that has to do with his range, you know? I guess, you know, as they say. And speaking of Maxwell, he'll lead it off here in the bottom of the sixth. He's 1 for 2, facing Raymond. Here's the pitch to Maxwell. That is 6-8 right-handed, and there is a base hit for Maxwell, his second of the game. Off of Raymond's card. A nice leadoff. Maxwell hit 175 in only, I say only in quotes, 372 at bats. He was hurt some of the year, and look, he hit that low, but we still use him. Here's Gibson now with Maxwell on first and no outs. Gibson a B bunter. Here's Raymond. And the pitch to Gibson. He does lay it down. It's a 6. He'll stay a B bunter. It's going to be a 6, and oh, is that a pretty bunt by Gibson. A 6B hit to third. And Kevin Collins, throws to first. Maxwell is in scoring position. A very pretty second sacrifice today for Gibson. The first was a fly ball sacrifice. RBI. So with Maxwell on second, 1 down, here's Brock. Brock 1 for 3 today, struck out, doubled, and scored the first run. Then he grounded to second. Raymond from the stretch, and the pitch to Brock. 111 right-handed, and that is a double down the line for Brock. Maxwell comes in to score. It's 4-0. And the Cardinals have pennant fever. His second double of the ball game. It was a 111 against Raymond, the right-hander. And there it is, 111, double the rest. And Kurt Flood, the batter. Raymond now. And by the way, this out ended his first inning, his first complete inning, and he is in his second endurance innings, so he's vulnerable. McGinn is warming. Raymond now facing Flood with Brock on second. 4-0 ball game. Here's the pitch from Raymond. That's 4-4 right-handed. Catcher X. That's for Brand. He's already passed the ball. 4-5. That is a WG. I don't know if that has the chance of being a wild pitch. It's a WG. Oh, wait a minute. I'm so sorry. What the hell am I talking about? That is he's a 4. That's an 8-4. It's a PP. It's another chance for a pass ball. I don't know where I got WG. He did this before with a runner on second. E5. That's going to be 8-9. E5 is going to be a plain PP with a runner on second. And it isn't another pass ball by Brand. Another one got away from him. I just want to double check. That's peculiar how I got the WG. There is such a thing as WG, but it was 8. Yeah, right, it was. I read it right. I was looking at the wrong column. So Brock goes to third. This happened when Brock was up before. This happened when Brock was up in the third, went to third, then came home on Flood's base hit. Flood up again now. It's a 4-0 game with Brock on third, 1 down. Flood at the plate. Raymond in trouble here. And the pitch to Flood. That is 3-4 right-handed. Oh, Flood hits it into the gap for a double. And Brock comes home. He jogs home, trots it home. A frickin' double by Flood. 3-4 double against the right-handed. And here comes Gene Mauch out. And that's going to frickin' be it for Raymond. Whoa. I was never a fan of Gene Mauch anyway. But Raymond ends up pitching 1 inning. He allowed, I guess he just, Mauch just said, no more. He allowed 3 hits. He's allowed 2 runs thus far. And is responsible for Curt Flood on third. There will be a break in the action, a very brief break. Let's see who's coming in now with Joe Haig coming up to bat. And it is going to be the left-hander. This should be an interesting situation with Haig, a left-hander who hit 15% of the time against left-handers and is really, really bad. Dan McGinn is coming in. And by the way, Roy Face has started to warm up in the bullpen. They're bringing in McGinn, though. They think they're clever, bringing in the left-hander against Joe Haig, a left-handed hitter. It's going to be McGinn coming in to face Haig with Flood on second, still only 1 out. McGinn at the pitcher's mound now will take some warm-ups. Raymond gets charged for 2 runs. Anybody out there? Anybody at all? And Haig 2 for 3. But will they pinch hit for Haig? Okay, Dan McGinn is ready. And look at this. Here comes Joe Haig. They're going to let Haig hit. They're leading 5-0. And they are going to spit it in McGinn's face and say, we're going to let our left-hander hit. Haig is 2 for 3 today. Torrey on deck. It's McGinn. He's ready now. 2 runs in. Flood on second. 5-0 Cards. Bottom of the 6th. Here's McGinn. Here's the windup. I'm sorry, from the stretch on the pitch. That is 3-6 left-handed, and he struck him out. That's 2 away. But here comes Joe Torre. Yeah, we're gonna frickin' let him in. Okay, here's McGinn now. Two outs. Flood on third. The pitch to Torrey. 3-5, and he hits it to second for Sutherland, who throws him out, and the side is retired. But 2 more runs for the Cardinals. 2 more pitchers, or whatever. We've gone 6. It is a 5-0 ball game. Raymond ends up allowing 2 runs. And if you don't mind very much, I'm going to take a little time to eat a little bit. Just a little bit of time. Thank you, Kathy Harden. I'm going to just sit here. Without shame. Gonna take about, a few minutes, 5-10 minutes. I try not to eat too fast. This is the Strat-O-Matic Sports Network. I'm Jeffrey Guterman, in case you're wondering. And Kathy Harden says she hopes Gibby comes out fired up. He's been tough all game, I'll tell you that. I can't imagine him. What a bizarre losing this lead. Mm. It's absolutely delicious. And you want to know something? I just took a small taste of that. This dinner is ready. This is like all I needed right now, just a little taste of it. Oh boy. Is that freaking delicious? Oh. This is a big game for St. Louis people. Don't underestimate this, please. We're gonna head to the top of the seventh. That was great. If you knew how little I just tasted here, and gave me sort of a satisfied feeling here.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube. And YouTube Music Premium, a whole app.
And has got me really re-energized. So much so that I think I'm gonna take a hit. Why the hell not? Well, there you have it, 5-0, and you know, to me, this is an important ball game for St. Louis. Gibson will come out. He will face Big Mac Jones, Kevin Collins, and Ron Brand, who's passed 2 balls today and contributed to at least 1 run as a result of that. Brock would have scored on Flood's double anyway. And Gibson will come out to take his warm-ups and face the Montreal Expos. He's throwing shutout baseball. He has allowed 4 singles. He walked the first batter, Ty Klein, in the ball game, has struck out 3. taking a hit and taking a stand. I meant that. That last hit I took, I meant that. Now you're gonna get a lot of different things on YouTube when you do Strat-O-Matic. You're gonna see a shitload of things. But that was a good hit. Absolutely, Kathy Horton. Absolutely. Folks, if you would just give me a few minutes to sit quietly, thoughtfully, just to gather myself. This is the Strat-O-Matic Sports Network, and this has become the motif of not only my online life, but my life. I hardly use X. I posted one post on X, formerly Twitter, this morning, but that's it. I haven't done shit. I have no desire to. My replies are down because my posts are down, and that's fine. I don't need any frickin' smart-ass X post replies. I don't need that in my life. I told you that I think that our current political system is stupid and dangerous. That's a bad combination. And I am frickin' buzzed. I am frickin' buzzed. What I do like about this schedule of playing mornings and going right into the afternoon as I have been, is kind of like I don't take a nap, and by 7 p.m. I feel ready to just climb into bed, probably be up for a little bit. And I wake up 3 times a night anyway. It's not even a bother to me. I just look up at the clock and turn back, and I've gotten good about that. So I'm basically in bed for 12 hours. Maybe, yeah, Joel Orland, yeah. And I want to once again thank all of you for being here. Thank Rhodes Scholar for the great card of Leron Lee, who has started this game, and he's 1 for 2, a walk, struck out, and singled home a run. And he leads it off next inning. And we're going to hit to the top of the 7th in just a few minutes while I collect myself, because right now I am just too damn buzzed to do it. And, you know, we get to it. It's going to be great. Gibby, freaking freaking Gibby on the mound, and he's being Bob Gibson. He has allowed 4 hits in 6 innings, all singles. Walked 1, struck out 3, no runs allowed. Big Mac Jones, Kevin Collins, and Ron Brand will lead it off. Bob Gibson will take back to the mound. A great thing to see a future Hall of Famer in the name of Bob Gibson. And this was the moment when they beat the Yankees in the 7th game. And Gibson, he's past the foul line now. I guess he got the win. I'll tell you, just being on the field with the ball when your team wins the championship is always something. Kuzman in 69, Lolich in 68, Koufax in 65. I mean, we could go on. I don't know them all. Here's the one with Gibson. The quality isn't so great, but the size of it is good. Well, that's a pretty cool. That's a pretty cool shot, if I say so myself. Sometimes I like to have some variation. Gibson will be coming out now, top of the 7th. Gibson taking his warm-ups now. We'll straighten things up here the best we can do. We are in the midst of a ball game that I've been enjoying. And God help me. We're going to hit to the top of the 7th now. It's 5-0 Cardinals. Needing this win to get within 3 1/2 of the first place Pirates. Big Mac Jones will lead it off. Gibson is ready. That's 6-10 left-handed, fly ball center X. That's for Flood. 1-4. Lord. That's 7-1 F2. E4. Oh, I rolled a 20 die. There it is, 8-13. E4. And he makes the catch. One away. Here's Kevin Collins. Collins 0 for 2 off Gibson. The wind up, the pitch from Gibson. Very fast worker. 4-8 left-handed, struck him out. He struck him out looking on a 2-2 count. It's 2 outs now, nobody on. He's been very tough when he's allowed a hit. He did have first and third in the first inning. But other than that, anything on was taken care of. It's 2 outs, Brand at the plate. Charles Caracciolo has arrived, everybody. I want you all to know that Charles Caracciolo has arrived here. 2 outs, top of the 7th. Here's Gibson now. And the pitch to Collins. Whoa! That thing counts. Oh! And it fell on the floor almost to the wall, and it is a 5. On my hands and knees. That is a frickin' 5. If you could have seen it, it came popping out and flew down under this desk on the floor and landed over the power strip and just a few inches from the wall. And it is a 5-9 left-handed, and he flies it to center for Flood, and the side is retired. A 1-2-3 for Gibson. We're heading to the bottom of the 7th. Dan McGinn came in to relieve Raymond, who got hit pretty hard in his first full inning of relief. Ended up allowing 2 runs. McGinn retired Haig and Torrey, and it's going to be Leron now. And I've been meaning to do this about Leron now. I want to just take another gander. He's still alive. This freaking guy is still alive. It sounds like he played in Japan. He's an advising batting coach to scouted players for the Reds. Age 75, I don't know if he's still doing that. He played 9 years. .250 lifetime, 31 home runs. And I don't see anything about him having disease or, cancer or anything like that. And here is a gander at Lee with a 1970 rookie card, along with a Jerry Royce. Now, how do you like that? That Leron was not even eligible. He obviously didn't have enough at bats to qualify even as a rookie. Oh, look at that card. And it is, you know, speaking of Leron is going to lead off here in the bottom of the 7th. And Leron, he's 1 for 2 with a walk. Dan McGinn is the third pitcher for the Expos today, and like I said, he came in to relieve Raymond, who came in to relieve Robertson. Nothing's working. McGinn on the mound. And here comes Leron Lee now, up to the plate, and we thank the Rhodes Scholar for a 4th time as Leron makes his 4th plate appearance. He's walked, struck out, singled, knocked in a frickin' run. And that had to be on Robertson's card. It's the last batter Robertson faced when Malk pulled him out. McGinn facing Leron, and here's McGinn. We cover all the angles for you. McGinn, the left-hander, and we did that sort of as jest, just to poke it in their face. We're going to let him frickin' hit again against a left-hander. Oh, that we did that with Haig. We're going to do the same goddamn thing. And I don't care how bad his card looks or is. Do any of you understand and appreciate just with a 5-0 lead what we're doing here? Anybody at all? Okay, here's McGinn with Leron leading it off. McGinn the windup and the pitch to Lee. That's 3-6, and he struck him out. And the first strike, that's the second strikeout for McGinn. And the first one was the left-handed hitter Joe Haig, but the Cardinals have given these guys a chance to hit left-handed pitching, for Christ's sakes. What the hell is wrong with that? And here's Mike Shannon now, 1 out, nobody on. McGinn. And the pitch to Shannon. That's 4-4 right-handed, fly ball center X. Oh. That was a 4-4 right-handed. Klein a 2-5. He's pretty good out there. That's an F3 fly ball. Hopefully he doesn't boot it. To Klein out there. That's E5, that's 6, 7, 8. And he makes the catch. 2 down for Julian now. Julian 1 for 3, singled and scored. Cards lead it 5-0 here against Montreal, second of a 3-game series. Cards took the first one 3-1. Bryles went 7 1/3. And Horner finished it up for the save. It's 2 outs, nobody on. McGinn. The late frickin' McGinn. That's 1-7, left-handed, fly ball left for Big Mac Jones. Just has to move over a little bit to his right. And he makes the catch, and it's a 1-2-3 inning. And I was just thinking something. I could worry my ass off, which I do. Or I could say, and folks, I don't want you to, if any of you are in live text, I'd love to hear from you. I would like to say that anybody who is dead, as long as I'm not going through just unbearable suffering, I am better off than anybody who is dead. Now, there'll be a time when I'm dead, okay? And I'm not saying death is such a bad thing, but I'm saying I'm for life, for Christ's sakes. I am for life. I'm not pro-life, because they co-opted that. I'm pro-choice. But I don't want to get into some shit hurling. You know what I'm saying? I can take it right down to the end with you. That could be a very, very delicate and controversial, but also sensitive and meaningful conversation about the ethics of abortion. Here's Ron McGrath now. And there's no subtext there in terms of what I'm talking about, in terms of my position. Let's go Redbirds from Ron McGrath. Yeah, he's a big Redbirds fan, and I am so Ron McGrath that Ron McGrath has arrived, because Ron, there's something really big going on here. The Cardinals came into January 6th, 4 1/2 games behind the Pirates. The Pirates lost, and they now find themselves 4 games behind, able to pick up a full run and finish the date off 3 1/2 games behind. It's a long, long stretch here in September, but they're winning 5-0. Gibson, well, Ron McGrath. I think the only thing I could say is Bob Gibson has been Bob Gibson. Okay. He's pitched 7 now. 7 scoreless. Only 4 singles. It's really 4 strikeouts. He walked 1, the first batter, Ty Klein, left him on base. Throwing shutout, baseball, 5-0 Cardinals. And it's just, this Cardinal team has to remind themselves of how frickin' good they are. These are the returning NL champions, for Christ's sakes. I think they came in 3rd in real world. They just didn't have the same team that they had in 67 and 68. They didn't have Orlando. I'm going to tell you that right now. That's one thing. We're going to head to the top of the 8th, and it's going to be Bob Gibson, the man, the hard-throwing, fast-working pitcher. And leading it off will be Bobby Wine. And some of you may remember earlier on I had said that Roy Face is warming in the bullpen, and I wasn't shitting you. And he's ready. The veteran, I believe he was with the 60 Pirates. If we had Mr. Kurt Miller with us, he would probably tell us a few things about Roy Face. Face has been warming. He's actually sitting down now. And you know, sometimes these folks feel rested and they don't feel like they need to warm up. It's just like they're between innings. He's ready to come in. Here's Winley, because there will be a hitter for McGinn. Well, that's a good thing. Kurt Miller, the answer to that is no, you don't get stronger. But you do have the chance of reaching fatigue. Okay? Which makes you less effective than you would have otherwise. So they don't have the factor of getting stronger. Okay, here's Gibson facing Wine, and the pitch to Wine. That's 3-6 right-handed, hits it to short Maxville. And he throws it over to Big Joe Haig for the first out here in the top of the 8th already. And there's going to be a hitter here for McGinn. McGinn wasn't any more effective than anybody else, I think. Or maybe so he was. What am I talking about? He pitched 1 2/3, retired all 5 batters he faced, struck out 2 and no runs. And it will be face, so yeah. And I like to go with, let's see who's going to hit here, but I like to go with contests, just for fun, of each of us naming. Say a category would be last names. It's always last names, no first names, no nicknames. Last name of body parts. Body parts and or parts of any anatomy or structural composition of an organism. And so Roy Face would be one. Face is considered a separate part, at least it's conceptualized that way. It's part of the head, if you really think about it. Let's see who's coming up here now. For the Expos with 1 out, it will be Ferry. Against the right-hander, Ferry is a left-handed hitter. It will be Ferry. They have Fairley and Ferry. Ferry, a left-handed hitter. I believe he came from the Dodger organization, but I'm not sure. Played for other teams even after Montreal, I believe. Yeah, I don't know, Kurt Miller. I really don't know about how that would, if that would be realistic. I do not know. Here's Wine now. And you could also have things that would get very complex where pitchers can go into what you call trends, for lack of a better word. So they could, some aspect, it can't be a whole rating or something like that, but some aspect of the game would show them getting better or worse, you know? The better part would be good too. They have the 5 runs allowed in an inning, you reach fatigue, as if you're ineffective, but I don't see any positives. Ferry steps into the box here with 1 out, nobody on. Gibson on the mound, always ready. Ferry steps in. And the pitch from Gibson. That's 5-5 left-handed, struck him out. Number 5 for Bob Gibson. This is Roy Face. I guess that is Elroy Face. Yeah, I'm sorry. 85, he's still alive. Holy shit. And he was known as the Baron of the Bullpen. And I just enjoy when Face comes in. I also like when Wilhelm comes in. They're going to bring Face here in this 5-0 ball game. 85 freaking year. I'm sure he's lived a life of facing a lot of shit. And wasn't he on the 60 championship Pirates? So Ferry retired, and it's 2 outs, nobody on. Ty Klein, top of the order, walked, singled, and popped to first. He's given Gibson about as much trouble as anybody has. Beautiful, beautiful day out here in St. Louis. In this huge rotunda they call Busch Stadium 3. But the grass is beautiful. The grass, the field is beautiful. Here's Gibson now. And the pitch to Klein. That's 3-8, right-handed. And he lines it to first, caught by Haig. Caught by Haig. Haig's done a good job today. He is 2 for 4, scored a run, for Christ's sakes. And with that anemic card, it's a 1-2-3 for Gibson once again. That's going to be old hat now. And there's going to be a new pitcher. There will be a slight break in the action as Roy Face comes in from the bullpen in a 5-0 ball game, middle of the 8th. Race, I don't know if you mean face, waste. Oh, was first relief pitcher to save 20 or more games twice in a season. Oh, yeah, in separate seasons, sure. That's a big accomplishment. And that's just about when, the relief pitching started getting more used and technical. A body part, Raleigh fingers. So we have a face and fingers. Isn't that great? We're doing right now body parts of Major League Baseball players. Last names only, please. No nicknames, no first names. We got a fingers and a face. How about Bill Hands? How about Bill Hands for you? I'm sorry to sneak that one in there. That's just a very, very common one. Bill Hands. But there's more. And we will accept some if there's a misspelling of the word, but it sounds like what you're thinking of the body part phonetically. We have hands, fingers, face. Yeah. A Heine. There was a Heine, but that was a first name. Wasn't it Heine Zimmerman, Heine Manouche? But, at least can we give it a mention? Can we at least give it an acknowledgement, Ron? There was a Heine. It was spelled differently, but it's perfectly with phonetics. Heine Zimmerman was a real character. Is that okay, Ron? I like to keep this with, strict rules so we don't make it a He went belly up. Who went belly up? Yeah, Ron McGrath agrees. Heine Zimmerman went belly up. I think he got involved in gambling or something really bad. Some sort of corruption. So it is Roy Face, and God damn it, I haven't heard anyone say anything, but I really think he was on that 60s Pirates team. And Roy Face takes the mound, the fourth pitcher for Montreal. It will be Maxfield, Gibson, and then Brock. And that combination has brought up runs all game. It's 5-0. Something about he was kicked out of baseball. Here's Maxfield stepping up to the batter's box with Face on the mound ready, the veteran. 18-1. Holy Moses. Kurt Miller. That's damn near the best record of any pitcher I've ever seen in my life. 18-1. Holy cow. He's only used in relief on this team. He's older here. Okay, Maxville leads it off, facing Face. Here's the pitch from Face to Maxville. That's going to be 1-7. And it's going to be a grounder to short. Picked up by Wine, and he throws him out one away. And here comes Bob Gibson. Good hand for Bob Gibson. Pitching shutout baseball through 8. We're in the bottom of the 8th. That's outside for a ball to Gibson. That's unbelievable. It's an unbelievable. I don't know what you mean by with at least 13 decisions ever for Face. Does that mean that he only had 13 decisions prior to that? I don't, yeah, okay, Kurt Miller has confirmed my question. I knew he was. I was pretty damn sure. I like that team. Okay, Gibson now facing Face. And the pitch. 6-6, right-handed. And it's a base hit to right for Gibson. Oh, the fans are cheering. Oh, Lord, they're cheering for Gibson. And I don't frickin' blame them. That was a 6-6 right-handed. Base hit clean off Face, right off his face. Base hit to right, thrown in by Staub. And what a great athlete he is. And so Gibson on first, he already knocked in a run with a sacrifice fly. Also had a sac bunt, which I'd say contributed to a score. Gibson, short lead off first, 1 out Face. from the stretch now. And the pitch to Brock. That's 2-5, grounds to second. Gibson will go to second on that. His only play, Sutherland, is to first. It's 2 outs with Gibson at second base, standing right on the top of the bed. Face from the stretch. Gibson takes a little bit of a lead off second. Keeps his eye on face here. Flood is 2 for 4 today. Here's face. That's 3-7 right-handed, and it's a base hit to left. Oh, Flood has been hitting. Oh, my Flood has been hitting. Gibson will round third. I bet you he was faster than a 1-10, but that's the way it goes. It was a 3-7 single to left, and that will be Jones a -1. And so we're looking at Gibson, a 1-10. The fuck is Gibson's card? Here it is. 1-10. 2 outs, 1-12. And with the -1 arm of Big Mac Jones, he'd be a 1-11, and with a 5-0 lead, we're sending Gibson home. Just don't get hurt on the slide, guy. Here's the throw from Big Mac Jones to the plate to get Gibson, and he is out. A very good throw by Big Mac Jones out in left, and gotta understand where I'm coming from. Send him fucking home. You're winning 5-0. And that will retire the Cardinals in the bottom of the 8th with no runs, and now we're going to head into the top of the 9th now. And it's been Gibson, his first endurance inning. So, catching up on this face material. Give me a second. Oh. I had a little indigestion. Hard. I'm going to get to those in a couple minutes. Kurt Miller, I want to get back to what Kathy Harden was doing, labeling her. We, again, remember we have the rule, it can be phonetic. So I'm going to set forth Jim Ray Hart. So we have fingers, hands, a face, and a heart. Now Kurt Miller, 17-0 in 59. He won 23 in a row over 2 seasons, 22. And Constanti won 16 relief wins as a reliever. That's a hell of a lot of frickin' wins. That Hart is a pretty easy one. I have another one, I think. And it's a good one. Let me just make sure it's true. And spellings don't have to be exact. No. I have another one. Wow, 1963 frickin' saves, God. I'm just getting over a little. Johnson? Now, wait a minute now. You're talking Dicta Johnson. Does this have to do with body parts? There's a guy by the name of James Nail. James Nail, Naile. You could look it up. I'll get to that in a moment, Ron. James Nail. That's going to count as the nail is a body part. It could fall off. The nail is a body part. So we have a fingers, hands, face, nail, and heart. Just when you think, you go look that guy up, James Nail. Just like nail, but with an E. And in our rules, phonetics, in this case also in the spelling, an error of commission with the E, but that doesn't take away. I have a great one coming up. Oh, hey, Kathy Harden. And I'm sorry to be the one setting the parameters. I think they're pretty flexible. Can be part of a name. Well, that's debatable. So we could discuss that. Who do you got? What? Oh, Jerry Hairston. Yeah, Jerry Hairston. If you want to, let's include them. We could also just simultaneously realize there's another way to look at it, and that is put them in a separate category, which would be body parts, you know, parts of a name. So yeah, Hairston. And we can include Hairston in the main file. That's fine. I have one that's really, really good. He played for Montreal, probably some other teams. Oh, Kurt Miller got it before me. Oh, Kurt, good for you. Touche. For Kurt Miller getting that before me. Barry Foote, absolutely. Well, here's Gibson now to finish it off. Sutherland leading it off, 5-0 Cards, top of the ninth. The pitch from Gibson. That's going to be 3-8 right-handed. It's grounded to short for Maxville. 1 down. Gibson winding his way here. He's had a couple of streaks. 8 in a row now. He did retire. 10 in a row. Here's Staub. That's 6-4 left-handed. Grounds to second for Julian. And Julian will toss it over to Haig. 2 outs. For Ron Fairley now. Down by 5 here. Gibson the sign from Torrey and the pitch to Fairley. That's 5-4 left-handed catcher X. That'll be Torrey. He is a 4. He's a 4-3. 3-4. It's going to be a WG. Torrey E3. 10-12. It's going to be a clean WG with 2 outs, nobody on. Fairley hits a squib in front of the plate. It's pounced on by Torrey, who throws him out, and the ball game is over. And that's exactly what it was on the super advanced fielding chart. This game is over. It's 5-0 Cardinals. An impressive performance by Gibson. He only allowed those 4 hits. Really something. He walked 1, struck out 5, threw the shutout, his 16th win of the season. I don't know what this 9 is for. Oh, maybe I meant here. That will be his 16th win of the season. The loss goes to Robertson. 5, 6, 7. Face pitched 1. It was St. Louis 5 runs, 12 hits, and no errors. Montreal, no runs, 4 hits, just total dominance by. And it was a real gem by Gibby, Kathy Harden says. And the immediate implication of this ball game is now that the Cardinals are 3 1/2. It hasn't been updated. I'm not going to update it now. I'll do it tomorrow morning. I'm going to be updating the whole standings, and it's a nice thing, I think, waking up tomorrow on September 7, a nice thing for the Cardinals to wake up only 3.5 games behind the First place, Pittsburgh Pirates. You have a nice... Thank you, Kathy Harden, for the good vibes. That's very kind of you. Thank you. You're so kind to me. That means so much to me. Thank you. I can't tell you. If I wasn't so weak physically and emotionally, I'd be able to express my graciousness even more. Have a nice day, Kathy Harden, and thank you for being with us for all these hours. You know that? I think you know that. It's quite a thing to do. It's quite a commitment. I'm going to continue this broadcast now as a part of my glamorous life. You're free to stay on here. I'm sort of experimenting. If you look on the title, you could probably see it's now called My Glamorous Life. I'm going to go for at least maybe about an hour, up to an hour. Thank you so much to Rhodes Scholar for Leron Lee. That is so appreciated. I have no freaking shame at all. No freaking shame at all. Kurt Miller, Titus. Now, we agreed no first names, but if you want, we could put it in the first names category. Okay? It's a good one. That's a sort of a slang for breasts. or mammary glands. Look, if you're gonna go with first names, you're gonna have a lot of dicks. And there's no doubt about it. I got a good one for you. Ed Head, he played for the Brooklyn Dodgers. Of course, you can look it up. Now, I think it's best we stay with body parts right now because we can go into foods, we can go into whole animals, plenty of animals, and the whole thing can get, the lines can get blurry. I think it's best to stay with body parts, go to animals at another time. And you can even combine animals. I think it's better to go with foods. I'd have to see because there are foods that are not animals. Hairston. Sometimes an all-star, well, Kurt, we can take all the people we assemble, and if we have excess, I'm not sure we even have enough for a team, but if we have excess, sure. All-star body part team, all-star animal team, all-star food team, and there are probably other categories. I like to keep it linked with the category. That is very simple and non-baseball. I don't want like list of players who committed suicide. You can get a lot of things like that. Before you know it, you're into 500 or more home runs. That's not what this is. Pinky, 1930s A's third baseman. If that's his last name, that'll certainly be full-fledged. Pinky Higgins, but that's a first name. And again, I put that, if you want, I put that in a subcategory. Is that okay with you, Mr. Miller? We'll certainly count him for body parts. Pinky Higgins. But I then the thing I just want to let you know about, oh yeah, animals versus food. The other thing is, you know, again, I want to just give an example. If you're going to go with first names, every dick has to be included. You know what I'm saying? And there's so many of them. Because we use slang and colloquial and even the vulgar at times. But if you're referring to Pinky Higgins, oh, Bill Dickey. Oh my. I love it. I never heard of that before. I didn't see where you wrote Bill Dickey. Holy shit. Let me check that out. Is that anywhere in here? I don't see it. That's fantastic. I love that. That's creative. Mule Haas. Are you going animals, Kurt, or are you going trying to play on the word ass? Because I don't think that's going to work for me. That's just me. If you want it included, you know, and we're talking body parts, a mule, underhead head, I don't get it. Kurt. And, you know, these rules are more, I would say, guidelines. I don't want to, oh, animals, sure, but, you know, I thought we weren't doing animals. Sure, Mule Haas with a first name. Yeah. And you'll get a lot of people named after animals with a nickname. If you want to juxtaposition, if you want a dialectic, a back and forth among animals, foods, at least this live text will keep it documented. But again, that's going to be an animal with the category of first name, Mule Haas. You want to go with animals, I mean, wait till you get to foods. And currency. I meant to say currency. Goose Gosselin. Another first name. And a nickname. So, you know, that's not so unusual, a nickname. Mudcat Grant. I don't know if a mudcat is a animal. It's just a dirty cat. Oh, it's a large freshwater catfish of the Mississippi Valley and adjoining regions. Holy shit. It's one freaking scary looking fish to me. There's a mudcat. So you have goose gosling, and a lot of this can be foods also, because a goose, I think people eat goose. I ate duck, but is a goose different? You have Ducky Medwick. An animal and a food. We may have to consolidate that if we don't find any non-organic foods or foods that are not animals. Oh yeah, Catfish Hunter. Kurt Miller brings Catfish Hunter into the equation. A lot of these first names, and I just thought of one. Steve Lyons. Is that baseball? We'll take that as an animal. Oh yeah. We'll take that beautifully. Meets all the criteria. A spelling error or a phonetic representation of the animal is acceptable. Steve Lyons. I bet you there were a bunch of lions in baseball. Doug Bear. Now, what is a bear? Oh, bear. I guess that will fly at close call though. You wonder how close is that phonetically. It's fairly close Larry Biernorth. There we go. Kurt Miller with a combo, whatever we're going to call that. Kathy Harden had proposed that earlier with Jerry Hairston. Is that Happy Hairston? I really want to stay within baseball if it's okay with you. Larry Biernorth. I got another one I'm working on. And if there is anybody this will be a combo. He has not played in Major League Baseball yet. And I think he's through. He's been inactive for 4 years. It was Zach Lipschitz. But I don't see any other Lipschitz in baseball. I see them on other teams. I don't see any Major League Lipschitz. I just thought I would go for that because I thought that would be pretty novel. Because we would be talking about a combination with a body part performing a function. That's not included. I got one here. Surprised I don't have this one. No, can't find any. That's a shame. Oh, here's one. You just gotta look. Some of these people are drafted, and you don't know if they made the majors yet, if ever. No. Well, here's one I know for sure. And this will go into the food category and the animal category, which is probably combined. I remember him when he was on Cleveland. He's still alive, apparently. Let me just double check that. Yep, he's still alive. We'll get to that. Kurt Miller, that's a good one. Wow. That's a freaking good one. Here's one for you. And then let me showcase mine. And then we'll get to yours. That is a good one. Ray Lamb. Ray Lamb, apparently still alive. I remember him on Cleveland. I remember him having him on a set, whether it was 71, probably 72. We have an awesome entry here from Kurt Miller. Johnny Seal. My Lord, that's as good as can be. Last name. Be nice if we can go back and pick this stuff off of former Major League pitcher. 8 games over 2 seasons. Wow, what a... Johnny Ray Seal. Here he is. At one point, and here's a picture of him. It's very small. Remembering the Detroit Tigers Durango Kid. It's just amazing how many People have come and gone. Bob Skinner. Oh, I love it. Kurt Miller, you're good at this. Skin is the largest organ of the body. I freaking love that. Good thinking. Bob Skinner, I believe he pitched for the Pirates. Was he a hitter? Yeah. For some reason I got the idea. Bob Skinner. It's a beautiful call by Kurt Miller there. A beautiful call. Yeah. Oh. It's a beautiful, beautiful call. God. It's all in our text, and it will be retrievable. But right now, off the top of my head, as far as body parts go, we've got Ed Head, Barry Foote, Bill Hands, Roy Face, Raleigh Fingers, Jim Ray Hart. These are last names only. I might be missing one or two. And now we have Bob Skinner. If I can move back to foods. I love this one. This is easy. I meant foods. Bob Veal. And that's just with an extraneous E. If I'm not mistaken, Kurt, veal is not an animal. I think it comes from a calf, but it's the meat name for the animal. You don't say there's a veal in the barn. I could be wrong. You're gonna have a good time with foods. You have a lot of burgers. You know, you have Bamberger. I think you might have had a hamburger. I'm gonna just... I doubt it, but I think maybe there's a chance. Mark Hamburger. Mark Hamburger was a Major League Baseball player. You have hamburger. I don't know what that is. If that's a kind of burger. But this is a real Mark Hamburger. And he only played in the majors 1 year, 2011. Not a shame. I guess he played in a bunch of minor league. It's not somehow a guy can come up 1 year like that. Here's his minor league, I think. Played a shit long of years, God almighty. Oh, in the minors, isn't that something? All sorts of things, AAA. And 2011 was the year they did bring him up, but that was sort of in the middle of his career, and he went back down and he stayed down. Some quit. Mike Hamburger. Isn't something? That is a Mike Hamburger who played, and that would be a food product, which we are actually combining with animals. Wait a minute. Oh, we're getting a flood of them now from Kurt Miller. He has Alan Stork on the Pirates. And I just want to confirm Stork is a real animal. It's not just an imaginary. Here he is, professional in Major League Baseball. He died of streptococcus due to emphysema. Now they have storks carrying babies in sheets. I know that didn't happen, but I think a stork is a real animal. I'm going to check it out. What is a stork? A stork I think it goes under oh, I should do without the E. Sure. Here it is. It is a real animal. It's a large, long-legged, long-necked wading bird with long, stout bills. And there is this guy here that Kurt Miller has provided. He's a guy who played Major League Baseball. His last name was Stork. And this is all going to be archived. So anyone who wants to make any lists. Craig Swan. Oh my God, Trey Cabbage. My Lord. These are good. These are real good. Craig Swan, definitely an animal. Mike Carp. Awesome. Just let it roll. Wow. How about Mike Trout? You give me that? Kurt Miller, Mike Trout. These are food and animals. We can go back to body parts, but Kurt Miller has provided the lion's share here. Mike Carp. These happen just to be foods and or animals, or animals and or food. Trey Cabbage, Mike Carp. You could separate the categories too. Alan Stork, Trey Cabbage, Craig Swan. He's got Bob Skinner on body parts. Johnny Seal on animals. Bear North on combo. Trout is a superstar, sure. I don't like his attitude so much, but that's my problem. I got one here. You have Joel Youngblood. Again, it's a part, so it's sort of, you know, Joel. Youngblood. Not as good, you know. I'm going to close this out now. I'm going to get a call from my son very soon. Thank you very much, everybody. Stay strong, stay well. And I'll catch you all next time, okay? Harry Cheek. Whoa. That's awesome, really. That really is awesome. You're good at this, Kurt. You're good at this. Take care, Kurt. I'm gonna sign off.